Good evening. 2025 Annual Town Meeting will now be in order. This is our third evening. I see that there is a sufficient number of voters present to allow us to open the meeting, and please do silence your mobile devices. At 6:45 this evening, we will take up Article 46, which is a citizen petition for a zoning bylaw amendment, a continuing care retirement community overlay district. Article 46 was pre-scheduled as a high-interest article. We will then return to consideration of the articles in the order in which they appear in the warrant, beginning with Article 28. The meeting is taking place in the gymnasium and the auditorium tonight, and to vote on an article, you must be occupying a seat in one of those rooms. Live coverage of this evening's meeting is being broadcast by Minuteman Media Network on our local access channel 9, and also streaming on the web at minuteman.media/government, as well as streaming on Minuteman Media's YouTube channel. The meeting is also being broadcast live on our high school radio station, which is WIQH 83.3. I would like now to invite Fire Chief Judge to tell us what we need to know in the unlikely event of an emergency during the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening. Just a quick review of the safety features of the auditorium and the gymnasium. In both cases, there are exits in all four corners, including to my left, which is slightly blocked by the screen. It is accessible and it's available. Should you be taking advantage of the child care provided tonight in the maroon gym, and in the event of an evacuation, please plan on meeting your children in the courtyard just outside of the cafeteria. That is where the staff in the maroon gym will be bringing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Judge. On behalf of the meeting, I want to thank Fire Chief Judge, Police Chief Mulcahy, and both of their excellent departments for their service to us during town meeting. I also want to thank our fantastic town staff who work to support town meeting after they've finished their day jobs, and you know who you are, as well as Minuteman Media Network, Thistle Communications, Meridia Interactive Solutions, and our tireless stenographer who is live creating closed captioning for us, Stephanie Farrell.
Madam Moderator?
Do you have a point of order?
Yes, Marjorie Daggett, 80 Deaconess Road. Madam Moderator, would it be possible to have a stand up and stretch your legs moment in the middle of town meeting instead of sitting for the full 3 hours?
Yes, certainly.
Thank
that
you.
Was brought to my attention last night as well.
Thank you.
On Monday night, the meeting elected Mr. Dean Banfield of 73 Walden Terrace as Deputy Town Moderator, and Mr. Banfield will be presiding in the auditorium. At the front of the hall, we have our hardworking elected and appointed officials. To my right, your left, is our Select Board, and our Town Council. Mina Macarius of Anderson Krieger is seated with the Select Board. If we have a legal question tonight, we will ask him to address the meeting. To my left and your right is the Finance Committee in the front row and the Planning Board in the second row. Most of the materials pertaining to the business of the meeting this evening will be found in the town meeting Finance Committee report and briefing book that was delivered to all Concord homes, and it's also available on the website concordma.gov for downloading or reading there. You'll find on the tables in the cafeteria a few handouts with last-minute changes and recommendations on actions on the articles. At the front of the briefing book, you will find Concord Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures, which provides a useful explanation of our town meeting process. And in general, we follow Town Meeting Time 4th edition as our procedural guide. If you do have any questions about town meeting procedure, please feel free to talk to our town meeting resource person, who this year is Mike Lawson of 1695 Lowell Road. He is available for consultation on process issues and assistance in drafting and presenting motions and amendments. Mr. Lawson is seated in the front row here in the gymnasium, and I'm going to ask him to stand up and wave just so you know where he is. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. There is a questionnaire, looks like this, about town meeting that was created for us by the Town Meeting Study Committee. It's on tables in the cafeteria, and I very much hope that you'll take a moment to fill it out. There's also a link to that questionnaire on the town website if you would prefer to fill that survey out electronically. I want to remind you that many, if not most, of the boards and committees will need new members right after town meeting. That's when terms typically end and begin. If you are interested in working directly on issues that affect the town and getting to know your community better, I would invite you to fill out a volunteer card. They look like this, and you'll find those on the table in the cafeteria as well, and you will find them online at the town website, concordma.gov. You can read about all of the work of our many, many boards and committees in the annual town report that's available in the cafeteria. We have some visitors to our meeting tonight, and we welcome them. Each visitor should have registered in the cafeteria and received a visitor badge, and visitors should be sitting in the visitors section unless they have received permission from the moderator to sit elsewhere. All voters should have received both a voting slip, which is a brilliant blue this evening, I guess I dressed appropriately, when they checked in, as well as clicker, which looks like this. Please keep both your voting slip and your clicker handy. Pursuant to the rule of the meeting that was adopted on Monday night, we will be using clickers under the articles for votes under the articles and raising paper slips for procedural votes. You will find an FAQ about electronic voting at page 127 of the briefing book if you're curious about the system we're using. Only you may vote with the paper slip and the clicker that you have received. You should keep your clicker with you if you need to go to an area inside the building that's beyond the gymnasium or the cafeteria. If you wish to go outside the building and plan to return, you will need to leave your clicker with one of the election workers and collect it on your return. Please, please do be sure to turn in your clickers to the election workers before you depart the meeting this evening. They won't work outside the building, and they're very expensive for us to replace. So we're going to take a moment now to test our clickers. Could we have our, actually, let's do test vote number 3. Okay, so here's our test vote. Should the Concord grape be named Concord's official town fruit? There's our question. Okay, so I am going to ask for the voting window to be open, and when you see, thank you very much, when you see the timer up there for 30 seconds, please select one of your buttons. Green, 1 for yes, red, 2 for no. You will see in your screen a 1 if you have pressed yes, a 2 if you have pressed no, and you will see OK once your vote has registered. You can see that the votes are coming in there at the bottom. If anyone is having any trouble with their clicker or thinks that it isn't working, you can raise your hand and someone will come over, or we do have a help desk here in the corner. For anyone who's having trouble with their clicker, there's also help out in the cafeteria, and there is help in the auditorium.
Could you stand up, please? Here's your help.
Thank you, Mr. Banfield. Okay, let's close the voting window. And there is our vote displayed, and it looks like the Concord grape is very popular as a choice for Concord's official town fruit. Okay, now we're going to put up one more test vote, and we're going to do a little experiment. The experiment is going to be, I'm going to ask you all to vote at the same time on the count of 3. And we're going to see if the votes come in any faster into our system if we do it that way than if we just leave the window open. Okay, so this is going to be an experiment. So could we please put up test vote 4? Okay, this is test vote 4. Should pickleball be named Concord's official town sport? That's the question. Okay, there may be demographic answers to this. So can we have the voting screen, please? Thank you very much. And don't put the timer up. On the count of 3, please register your vote. 1, 2, 3.
Much faster.
All right, let's close the window. Oh, okay. Not a lot of pickleball fans here. Okay, all right, very good. All right, well, so it seems like everyone has the hang of using their clickers, and again, there will be help through the evening if you feel that your clicker isn't working or there's any reason why you're having a problem using it. Okay, so we're entering a new era of voting practice at our town meeting with the adoption of electronic voting. And it means that we will no longer need the services of Abe Fisher as head teller or David Carr as head ballot counter. Mr. Fisher and Mr. Carr have served in these important roles for the better part of 20 years, recruiting and training volunteers from our high school and the community at large, and standing with their volunteers each night of the meeting to be sworn to faithful performance of their duties. The moderators have changed, but they have remained. Would you please join me in a big round of applause to express our gratitude to Mr. Fisher and Mr. Carr and their countless volunteers for their service to us for so many years. I'd like to invite Mr. Fisher to the podium. I think he has a message for his volunteers and the meeting.
My name is Abe Fisher, and I live at 400 Hayward Mill Road. For the past 17 years or so, I've been the head teller of this meeting. Usually, when I ask to speak on the last night, it's to try to recruit new tellers for the following year. I have often started with the classic quote attributed to Stalin: "Those who vote decide nothing. Those who count the vote decide everything." This year is different. This year, the meeting has chosen to vote with electronic clickers. And so you have not seen tellers being sworn in, nor have you seen tellers scurrying up and down the aisles counting votes. I once read a quote from a major league umpire who said something like, "If they remember the umpire's name after the game is over, he did his job wrong." Being a teller is a little like that. If we're noticed in more than a casual way, we did it wrong. But for as long as I've been attending this meeting, and that goes back to way before I could vote, tellers have been counting our close votes. We've done it out of a commitment to the town and to the idea of participatory democracy by way of open town meeting. We've committed to staying to the very end of the evening. We are young. In the last few years, we've often had high school students serving in exchange for community service hours, and old, men, women, individuals, couples, parents, and children, as representative of the community as we can manage. So I'd like to thank everybody who has ever served as a teller for the town of Concord, whether it was this year, last year, or decades ago. If that means you, and you can easily do so, please stand up. If you can't stand, please raise your hand or wave or something.
Ballot counters, how about if you stand up
Ballot
too?
counters as well. It has been an honor and a privilege to help coordinate such a committed group of individuals. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fisher. We have no preliminary motion tonight to fix the end of this evening's session. It is our hope and our plan to complete the business of 2025 annual town meeting this evening. One last word before we turn to Article 34. As a community at town meeting, we want to balance full, fair, and respectful discussion with reasonable and efficient use of our time. While we want to be sure that the meeting is well-informed before it votes on an article, we also want to avoid repetitive debate that sheds little new light on the issues under consideration. So please do listen closely to the questions and the answers and the comments of other voters, and consider these community values of balance between respectful and full and fair discussion and reasonable, efficient use of time before you rise to speak and before you move the previous question to end debate. Thank you very much. And may we start with Article 34 now, please. Oh, so sorry, 46. Apologies.
Madam Moderator, thank you for the time. My name is Chris Sintros, and I'm here on behalf of Newbury Court. We are asking town meeting members to support our community with a yes vote on Article 46 with a 2/3 majority. Two-thirds.
I'm going to interrupt Mr. I'm going to interrupt Mr. Sintros just to let everybody know that he is the CEO at Newbury Court. He's not a Concord resident, but his knowledge about this issue and the proposal means it makes a lot of sense for me to permit him to speak and address the meeting. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam. We are asking the town meeting members to vote yes on Article 46 with a 2/3 majority. 2/3 is a high lift, it's a high bar, but this is an important cause, there's a community need, and this is a good opportunity for all considered. Our organization has served the residents of Concord for 115 years. For 5 generations, we've been service providers, we've been caregivers, and most importantly, we've been community builders. And the Newbury Court community is the modern example of this. Newbury Court is a not-for-profit continuing care retirement community that allows older adults that have lived in Concord their whole life to downsize and stay in the community they love. It also allows older adults from other locations to move closer to their families and to enjoy this chapter of life close to them. We have all the services that are necessary for healthy aging and successful aging. In addition, we have a full range of healthcare services as folks need them over the years. We are nearly out of space. We've been on the same piece of land for 100 years. We're at full capacity. Our wait list has grown over 100 residents, over 500, excuse me. And this is happening at a time when the demand is surging at historic levels. We support the town of Concord, and we're asking the town of Concord to support us. We pay our taxes, over $900,000 annually in taxes. Our utility bills in town are over $1 million. Our subsidized care that we offer the community is over $1 million each year. And I'm often reminded to share that we are light users of some of the Concord schools. Mark Bobrowski is our counsel, and he's also a neighbor, and Mark will be presenting the amendment.
I should note that the motion is on the screen. You'll see that it's Mr. Bobrowski moves that we take affirmative action on Article 46 as printed in the handout. You should have found the handout out in the cafeteria. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Chris, for that introduction. Town meeting members, my name is Mark Bobrowski. My address is Ministerial Drive here in Concord, where I've been blessed to live for the last 25 years, former member of the Planning Board. I'm going to walk you through the nuts and bolts of the overlay district. So I know a lot of you are familiar with it, but many of you are learning about it for the first time. So as you can see from the slide, this is 12.1 acres west of Old Road to 9 Acre Corner. Existing Newbury Court is right in the middle of that, on the right-hand side of the road, the buildings toward the bottom of the slide. We're proposing that this land be redeveloped. It's currently 7 derelict homes. They were owned by the hospital. Obviously, NITA has purchased them. We do have access to public water. There will be a groundwater discharge permit to handle the wastewater. That's a DEP permit that we will require. Next slide, please. So many people have asked over the course of this, why not use the existing Concord bylaw? I think it has mostly to do with the nature of CCRC. A CCRC is really 3 components. It's independent living, it's assisted living, and it's skilled nursing. You could do any of those freestanding, and many businesses run that way. But the key is that there's a linkage between your tenancy at a CCRC and a contract for services that really allow you to age in place. It's a very unique way to address the last stage of life. And so we don't have CCRCs mentioned in the zoning bylaw of Concord. We don't have independent living mentioned. You could have a duplex, but that's not part of a CCRC. It's an empty shell of a building. A 2-family is allowed only by special permit in a couple of districts. The current zoning of the property is RAA. And there's a 25 or 20% requirement of affordability with assisted living. Affordability is not defined in the bylaw. The accessory use section of the bylaw is antiquated because it addresses each of these uses individually. So for the reasons that you see on the slide, we've chosen to do this holistically. This is a CCRC that wants to get built across the street from existing Newbury Court on the west side of Ornac. And it's not going to be anything else as long as NITA remains in control of the property. So there's some key provisions here that I want to alert you to. Number 1, 16 units are eligible here times 12.1 on the property, and that is for upland acres. There's not a wet acre, there's not a wet drop on the property. There's no floodplain, there's no wetlands. It's the side of a hill on the 10th fairway of the golf course. There is open space that we're proposing equal to 20% of the district. The building height for an independent living or townhouse unit will be 35 feet, and the height of a multi-unit building will not exceed 85 feet in height. That sounds very, very high, but in the existing MP district, medical professional district, in the bylaw today, nothing to do with us, the maximum height is 110 feet. I think that's because Emerson Hospital is 110 feet high or thereabouts. When you're sitting at the light, check out whether you agree. Next slide. The density calculation here, as I said, is 16 units per upland acre. If you were to build out that in its entirety, it would be 194 units. Plans are still gelling. I don't think it'll get to that level, but we cannot exceed 194 units. Next. The density comparison with Newbury Court is interested. This is the existing Newbury Court. There's a lot of acres over there, but most of the back is wet. And the upland acres total 18.4. There's 301 units. If you do the math and divide the 301 units by 18.4, you get a density of 16 units an acre. So we're doing pretty much the same density as is existing now at Newbury Court. The open space proposal, this has got to go through site plan approval at the planning board, is along the 10th fairway with the golf club, and that's their driveway at the lower end of the slide. The preliminary concepts that we have are to do multi-unit buildings in the center and townhouses on the perimeter. We've made arrangements in the zoning bylaw to have a particular concern, next slide please, for our neighbors on Old Marlborough. You'll see that if there's a townhouse building, it can be 40 feet off of the road, but it cannot have more than 3 units. We're trying to avoid a large mass in the view corridor of the people on Old Marlborough. And if there is to be a multi-unit dwelling, it cannot be closer to Old Marlborough than 2 times the height of the building. So if the building is 60 feet high, it has to be 120 feet back. Next. We did have the good fortune of preparing a memorandum of agreement with the Select Board. The Select Board approved it unanimously, and I'll let Chris give you the news of the MOA.
So thanks to the Select Board for working with us on the MOA. It was designed to respond to a lot of the feedback we had in the early days. The first important provision is taxes. We'll continue to pay taxes on the land currently as assessed, and there's a mechanism, a process for us to establish a new value when a project is conceived and proposed. We've also committed that we will not abate those taxes for the first 4 years after occupancy. We additionally have agreed to make a mitigation payment to the town, and the mitigation payment will be calculated at 10% of total units built times $200,000. And that will be paid over a period of 10 years after fill-up. So if we build 100 units, 10 times 200,000 is $2 million. That will be a mitigation payment, again, paid over 10 years after fill-up. Additionally, those contributions are meant for housing, health services, and financial stability for residents in Concord. We additionally are contributing to the traffic improvements that will be needed on a proportional basis and are improving pedestrian access with a sidewalk around the corner of Old Marlborough and Ornac. So we appreciate the Select Board's work, and we appreciate their vote of support. Please.
With that, with the moderator's permission, we're happy to answer any questions.
Well, we have a couple folks to hear from before that happens. You two can have a seat right here if you would like. We're going to hear from the Select Board, Ms. Hartman, and I will tell you that the Planning Board has voted by a vote of 6-1 to recommend that town meeting take affirmative action on Article 46 as printed in the handout. Ms. Hartman?
Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green. I'm the chair of the Select Board, and I'm here speaking on their behalf.
Ms. Hartman?
Thank you. As I look out across this audience, I realize that it will come as a surprise to no one that the population in Concord is aging. We're doing it gracefully, but we're aging. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, 37% of Concord's population is over the age of 55, while 20% of us are over the age of 65. And that was 5 years ago, so we're 5 years older. This is our fastest growing demographic. If we project out using national mortality rates, our senior population will grow to be very old and likely need assistance, including assisted living. New England Deaconess, also known as Newbury Court, has been delivering exceptional care to seniors for decades. They do this exceptionally well. Some of us have family and friends who live at Newbury Court and can attest to the excellent care they receive. Deaconess now proposes to expand. In the past weeks and months, they have made modifications to the proposed zoning overlay in response to neighbors' concerns, and they will continue to make modifications during the site approval process. Concurrently, the Select Board, as well as town staff and legal counsel, have engaged in conversations with management and the board of Deaconess. We have signed a memorandum of agreement that Chris Centros mentioned earlier. Here are some salient points that I'd like to repeat. First of all, infrastructure improvements. Deaconess has agreed to pay proportionally for any necessary improvements at the intersection of Ornac and Old Marlborough Road, and pay at their sole expense for sidewalk improvements to enhance pedestrian safety. The payment of property taxes, number 2. Deaconess has and will continue to pay property tax if in the future the Board of Assessors rules that the facility qualifies for tax-exempt status. Deaconess and the town agree to negotiate an acceptable payment in lieu of taxes. And finally, number 3, affordability. A continuing care community cannot measure affordable housing units the same way the town and the state measure affordability, because they are in fact a hybrid between a housing development and a healthcare facility. The units cannot be counted towards our 10% affordable housing goal. To compensate for this, Deaconess has agreed to pay the town a mitigation payment, 200,000 units for 10% of the units built. For example, if the project builds 150 units, which is a reasonable estimate, the town will receive $3 million over 10 years. These funds will be used exclusively for seniors and can be spent for housing, healthcare, and financial assistance. In summary, we have a growing need for these services, and Deaconess provides these services exceptionally well. The MOA between the Select Board and NEDA address infrastructure, property taxes, and a mitigating payment dedicated to senior services, including housing. This MOA, which was signed today, will only go into effect if Article 46 passes. The Select Board believes this project, with the conditions of the MOA, are in the best interest of the town and unanimously recommends affirmative action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartman. I want to point out that there are some differences in the handout between the proposal as it appeared in the briefing book and the warrant, and the way it is being moved this evening, and all of those changes are marked for you in yellow so you can see what changed. We'll open the floor now to questions and comments. We have 2 microphones here in the gymnasium, and we have 2 in the auditorium. Please do, if you simply have a question, go to any microphone. You guys can have a seat. We'll let you know if we want you to answer something. Okay. Pro microphone here in the gymnasium, please. And please state your name and address.
Good evening. Jack Steele, 63 Raymond Road.
Mr. Steele.
I'm here tonight as a Concord resident in support of Article 46 and as Vice President of the Concord Country Club located at 246 Ornac. Concord Country Club abuts the Deaconess property along the 10th Fairway, the lower level parking lot, and paddle tennis facility. On behalf of the Board of Governors of Concord Country Club, we're in strong support of the Deaconess Abundant Life Communities Project and Article 46. We've been neighbors with Deaconess community for over 100 years, and during that time, we've come to appreciate their mission, values, and long-standing commitment to Concord. As neighbors to the proposed site, we have had the opportunity to understand the scope and intent of the project. We believe this initiative represents thoughtful planning, a much-needed extension of senior living options in Concord, and responsible use of the land that aligns with the characters and values of the town. The proposed rezoning will enable the development of a campus that will not only benefit current and future residents, but also contribute to the broader community through services, employment, and long-term stability. We encourage town meeting voters to support Article 46 and allow this project to move forward.
Thank you very much. We'll take the next speaker at the pro microphone.
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street.
Mr. Johnson, and I want to point out to folks that you have 2 minutes at the microphone and you'll see the counter going down. Go ahead.
Right. I'm also a member of the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, but I'm speaking as a member of the Concord Housing Foundation. So we have been working since last November with New England Deaconess about trying to get affordability built into this project. And it's been a very good relationship. Initially, when the warrant was published, New England Deaconess proposed 10% of the units to be attainable units, and we came to understand what that meant in the context of a continuing care a retirement community. That was great, except for it became impossible in the end, in the limited time, to come up with a clear way to define the conditions for entry as well as the auditing of those units over time. So we were pleased in the end when a mitigation payment was proposed as an alternative. And it's a substantial payment. But there was also an addition that I noticed that was referring to IRS ruling 72-124. So I was curious about that. And I do have two lingering questions that came from that. So if you look at the ruling, it says that the organization's receipts need to be exclusively used in furtherance of its stated purpose, and net earnings are thus generally used to provide the care provided, retire indebtedness, et cetera. No part of the organization's net earning inures directly or indirectly to the benefit of any private shareholder or individual. So the questions that I left with that as a layman are, first of all, is there any case law or experiences from other communities that have made such an external payment? Because on the face of it, there's a risk that the IRS would consider any payment to the town, even for social services, to be benefiting a private individual that's not part of the community.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I think we have your question.
I had one further question, which is, if it was ruled invalid, what would they do?
Thank you.
So certainly Mark can correct me, but that provision that you're referencing is a very common and an important provision in not-for-profit management, and it's usually used in the context that assures management like myself, cannot benefit financially from the activities of the organization. A new development, it's not as though I have equity or could possibly have equity in that development. That's just a fundamental rule in the not-for-profit statute. What would happen potentially with the town is a question for somebody else. I've certainly never heard that type of thing raised, but it's very commonly cited among managers of not-for-profits as the reason for that provision.
Thank you very much. I see that we have a speaker in the auditorium. Let's go there for a moment.
At the con microphone.
Right. Well, this is just a microphone for questions, I assume. So I guess one of the things
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Dinos Gonatas. I'm at 260 Old Marlborough Road, and I'm in a butter being on that street.
Thank you.
And you'll notice that many of the warm, fuzzy statements you heard about the project from the select board and the planning board, they're not abutters. So we have to take that into consideration, for one thing. I had two questions, though, which is first, what's the average monthly rent from the residents in Newbury Court? And number two, why is 85 feet of a height necessary? Why isn't 50 feet as a height limit sufficient for the financial model of this project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sintros.
So to reference the first question, our rents are between $4,000 and $8,000 roughly. So the midpoint would be $6,000. We have a range of different sizes and apartments that fit different people's needs. That does include taxes, utilities, a meal a day, housekeeping. I don't want this to be like a commercial, but it includes services and not just rent. Yes.
And the second question?
The second question about the height. We really chose the 85 feet for two reasons. The first is, as Mark noted, we're in 110 feet, and we wanted to signal that we're coming down in height, and we're coming, our intention is to be less dense than the current Newbury Court. So really that was just meant as a signal. The reason we've not been able to, put a map up with the buildings and so forth is we've not had the time to fully engineer the site. We do have borings going in the next couple of weeks, and that'll determine if there's ledge at any part of the site, and then it'll allow us to really figure out where the building can go, and then consequently how high it needs to be. It's conventional wisdom that it would be too expensive to really build out at that height.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to the auditorium, and I see that we have a speaker at the, is that the pro microphone?
At the pro mic.
Yep.
Could you introduce yourself at the pro microphone?
That's Catherine.
that the auditorium?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you introduce yourself,
I'm
please?
sorry. Henry Valiant, 100 Newbury Court.
Thank you, Mr. Valiant.
I am speaking in favor of the motion, and I'm speaking from the standpoint of my own experience as a 55-year resident of Concord. For 50 years, I was on the staff of the Emerson Hospital. For 30 years, I was fortunate enough to be the medical director of Rivercrest Nursing Home. And for the last 3.5 years, we have moved from 3,000 square feet to 950 square feet, a lovely little apartment in Newbury Court, which is a delight every single day. I want to point out that in terms of my own demographic transition, residents of Newbury Court now constitute 2% of the population. And importantly, we have 500 employees from the area. We pay about $1 million in taxes, about $1 million in utilities, and we are a non-profit, well-established New England Deaconess Association has been present for over 100 years. So
You'll have to wrap up, sir.
I am going to wrap up because I think it is important to meet the future needs of Concord. Ms. Hartman ably enumerated them. We're all getting older, and the wait list at Newbury Court is 500 folk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back now to the gymnasium, and we'll go to the con microphone.
Hi, Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road. I just have 2 questions.
Ms. Galis?
Thank you. One is how much tree removal and clearing is anticipated for the project? And the second one is in terms of the mitigation payment, this is a naive question, but what kind of senior services will be provided to people in town as a result of that?
Well, I think that Mr. Sintros can answer the first question. The second one's going to have to be answered by the town.
So in terms of tree removal, one of the things we love about the site are the trees. It's a little early to know exactly what we'll need to remove because we've not fully developed a site plan, but that will go to the site plan review with the planning board as soon as we have that done. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hartman, do you want to address the question about the use of the funds?
Yes, the funds are restricted exclusively for housing, healthcare, or financial assistance for seniors over 55 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
I'm Catherine Esty, and I live at 100 Newbury Court. I've lived in Concord for 53 years, and my boys went to the schools, and I'm professionally a social psychologist and have written a book about being old, interviewing people all over the country, and really answering the question, what is it like and what do the older people really need? I'm also, you may know, writing a column for the Concord Bridge on Aging Well now. I've been at Newbury Court for 13 years. People I've observed at Newbury Court live long and happy lives. We flourish here. 3 words capture for me the essence of what Newbury Court is like: care, kindness, and community. you can feel it when you come in the door, the kind of culture of friendliness and kindness and the sense of community. And when people have losses and lose spouses, what goes on at Newburyport is a circle of friends. The staff are caring, and they kind of make this place truly extraordinary. So I'm asking all of you to vote yes on Resolution 46, because we need an expanded Newburyport to make it possible for all the people that want to come and will want to come, and for the people that live here now that will want to stay in this amazing town. And so I'm asking you all to vote yes so that we can do that. But also I want to say that we residents are partly through this process, opening doors to having more connection with the town. And we look forward. We people are interesting and accomplished, and we really want to be more of the more active in the town, and we bring new resources that will be extraordinary too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take the next speaker here in the gymnasium at the Pro microphone, and then we'll return to the auditorium.
Nancy W. Hendry, 1 Concord Green, currently. I'm a very long-term resident of Concord.
Wait, excuse me.
That's all right, Dean. Go ahead.
All right. Before you continue, I want to make an announcement for this hall. If you are having mobility issues and can really not easily reach a microphone, please raise your ballot, and we will have someone bring a microphone to you, okay? We need to try to address any mobility issues that folks have in this hall.
Should I start again?
Go right ahead.
I'm Nancy W. Hendry. I live currently at 1 Concord Green. I'm a 60-plus year resident of Concord. For over 26 years, I was a pediatrician here in Concord in the days when we made house calls and took care of children and families' needs personally at all hours. I and my friends supported essentially everything that came up for the benefit of children in Concord, the new high school originally, and now the magnificent middle school. This year, feeling the need for more shelter and personal care as I turned 93 at the end of June, this June, I have been trying to get into Newburyport. There is a long, long, long waiting list, heavy with old Concordians like me. I beg of you to vote for this zoning change to permit the expansion of Newburyport and thus safe haven for more of us old folks. And think about it while you're at it. You're aging too, and undoubtedly some of you will want to come to Newburyport sooner than you realize. Thank you.
All right, now, folks, I understand the temptation to applaud when you hear someone who is moving in their speech, but we don't do that. Let's go to the Pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Hi, Libby Curtin, 143 Holdenwood Road.
Ms. Curtin.
I'm speaking for Newburyport because my mom used to live there. I'm an employee, and I've also been on the Overseers Board for several years. I think Newburyport is just a wonderful place. People are so kind. This includes the people who live there, the people who work there. It really is a welcoming, warm, wonderful community. And their mission is to enrich the lives of older adults through compassionate, holistic approach that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. And they really do that. I've seen it myself with my mother and as an employee. So I'm asking everyone to please vote yes so that it can grow, so that older adults can grow and experience the wonderful quality of life offered at Newburyport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here.
I'm not really a con, but I'm here. My name is Shelley Amster. I'm from 44 Prairie Street, and my question is all around memory unit. If there was no mention of adding a memory unit, and knowing that my mother, who's 97, in a wonderful assisted living, nursing care facility, and a memory unit in Keene, New Hampshire, she has thrived. being in this socially engaged community like this, and I'm hoping that we'll have a memory unit as well.
Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Centros answer that quickly because it's not actually within the scope of the zoning article, but go ahead, Mr. Centros.
No, just acknowledging, yes, we haven't currently a memory unit, and we know we will be expanding.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the auditorium,
Yes,
Mr.
at the
Banfield?
con microphone, we have a person standing.
All right,
Right
very
ahead.
good.
Hi, my name is Honora Wiener. I live at 1011 Main Street. I really appreciate the reputation and the services that have been offered at Newbury Court. My concern is, given the number of proposed developments in West Concord, the size and the number of units that are being suggested really concerns me in terms of traffic and the impact on the West Concord community. I walk to Emerson Hospital, and traffic crossing the street to get to Emerson is problematic, and I think the number of units that are being proposed is my concern. It's always the case. I've lived in Concord for 45 years. I appreciate what Newbury Court has offered, but in this affluent community, we have to recognize that some of us will not be able to afford to live at Newbury Court, even when it's expanded and more available. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to, do you want to address the concern of traffic? All right, yes. Briefly, please.
So briefly, we did a traffic study, Bob Michaud, who's certainly a traffic expert. The two things I would share, in addition to referencing our slide deck, at the very back, some of the data is printed. But the two things I would share is, one, we are a fairly low user of traffic during peak traffic hours. And so that's a benefit. The second thing is that Bob determined that at 190 units, the peak hour traffic would be even with what it was when the Children's Center was running. So I acknowledge the issues, but we think it can be managed.
Thank you very much. Let's see. We'll take one more speaker in the auditorium.
At the pro microphone.
Ray Berdimesso, 1001 Main Street. Basically, I have several questions. My mother is in a home, or sister living outside of the state, so I don't know all the details within Concord, but this zone appears to be for this district, this area only. Is there anything that's limiting somebody doing something similar? For example, the state at MCI, since they seem to be saying now that they're going to be doing stuff there, or Concord Park Service, or Concord Park, whatever the name of that location near the West Concord train station, or somebody over at Thoreau, or somebody taking over one of the schools on the other side of this Concord in like Middlesex or Fenn and building something similar over there. So it's more of a zoning question than a question regarding this particular item or particular location. Thank you.
Mr. Bobrowski, would you like to take that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This zoning applies only to the 12.1 acres on Ornac. If somebody else wants to do this or something like this, they have to bring their own article. It needs a 2/3 vote at town meeting. This has no effect on any other piece of property in the town of Concord.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Thank you. I have a question.
Oh, yeah, we need your name and address.
Kathy Kuklo, 243 Katarina Heights.
Thank you.
So my question is, of the 500 or some odd people that are on the waiting list, what percentage are residents of Concord versus outside of Concord? And secondly, since this expansion and development will impact Concord, what preference would Concord residents have in the new facility?
Mr. Centros?
So to the first question, I don't know exactly the number, but historically it's been like a 60%, 40% split. To the second question, there's no stated Concord preference. And again, the wait list is the way that we manage preferences.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone here at the gymnasium, and then we'll go back to the auditorium.
Bo Grove, 100 Newbury Court.
Mr. Go.
And I want to encourage passage of Article 46 because I believe that Newbury Court offers a significant resource for Concord's aging population. I want to give you one resident eye view of that. My wife and I moved to Newbury Court in 2015. We came from New Hampshire, new to the area. We didn't know what to expect, and we were surprised and delighted to learn that the number of services and programs and activities that Newbury Court offered for their residents, and these were offered to get the residents involved in the community, get them actively involved. And once you get people actively involved in the community, that's the ideal situation in which friendships blossom. And friendships become the glue that makes the organization stronger. And that's exactly what we discovered. My wife and I jumped in, we became actively involved, and we made a ton of new friends. And in the 7 years that my wife was with me at Newbury Court, I am absolutely convinced that our active involvement in the community and the number of friends we made a significant difference to her. And that's the kind of resource Newbury Court is offering to Concord's older people. Provides an environment in which seniors can thrive, where they can be involved and active on a daily basis, and where they can truly spend their later years aging gracefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium.
At the con microphone, please.
Good evening. My name's David Wilson. Live at 35 Raymond Road, and I've been a Concord resident for over 30 years. I'm feeling a bit rushed this evening. There seems to be a lot of aspects of this project that have not been worked out. And when I get rushed, I tend to come to the conclusion that in prudence, I should oppose what's being proposed. There should be a site plan. It should be detailed. I notice, and driven by the area frequently, it's elevated land. Anything that's on that land is going to be very visible. Looks like all the trees along Old Road are going to be cut down, and the country club is going to be the main beneficiary of the green space, not the public, but a private country club. I also noticed that Emerson Hospital was allowed to take 7 homes out of use and allow them to decay, and they're now referred to as derelict. That housing was taken off the market in its place, and I can only say a good thing about Newbury Court. I've been there. It's beautiful. I don't think I could ever afford to live there, even no matter how much I might need it at some point. It's rent from $48,000 to $96,000 per year. My question with regard to that is that the only cost? Because some places require you to put down a large payment before you can be eligible. And I also point out that there is no preference for Concord residents, and there's no subsidies for Concord residents who can't afford these pretty high-end prices. So
Okay, you
I
will
do
have to-
urge,
you will have to wrap it up,
that you
sir.
vote against this proposal at this time because it hasn't been thought out well enough to be
Thank you.
worthy of approval at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to respond? Go ahead.
Thank you. And if I can say 2 things. One is related to the preference, which now we've been asked twice. The mitigation payment itself, is exclusively for Concord residents. So that's a pretty significant commitment. I think as it relates to the site plan, we are fully aware and frankly looking forward to creating all of those site plan details and bringing them to the planning board, which I know will be a thorough process. So a yes vote tonight allows us to take the next step, and all those details will be brought in front of the planning board in good time.
Thank you very much. I would note that the planning board permit process is a completely public process as well. Let's go to the con microphone in the gymnasium.
Hi. Oh, that's loud. Catherine Ryan, 109 Stone Root Lane. I'm also a member of the Personnel Board, but these are my comments. I just have a question actually about the mitigation payment. My understanding from the gentleman who spoke earlier is that these units are not affordable. They won't be considered affordable towards our safe harbor in the town of Concord. And so I'm just wondering why the mitigation payment is restricted to just seniors rather than affordable units in general.
Ms. Hartman, do you want to take that, or do you? Okay, all right. Mr. Bobrowski?
Thank you. The model for affordability that we're all familiar with, at least to some degree, is 40B. And that's a circumstance in which income is limited by household size to, for a moderate income household, for example, 70 to 80%. We use different terminology here in Concord, by the way. For that, you get Prescott, which is nice, but there's very little service. There's wonderful space, but it's an apartment. It's usually utility payments, and the only service that you might get in some 40Bs is a parking space undercover. The service list here is not something that fits into that economic model. If the minute you walk into an independent living unit, in addition to space and the payment of utilities, you get the following services, and I won't read them all: dining, transportation, personal emergency response systems, 24 hours a day, a common facilities library, family theater, chapel, housekeeping, fitness, gym, 24-hour concierge service. There's about 10 more. So those don't fit the economic model that we normally associate with Chapter 40B. The CCRC revenue ruling from the IRS says that the responsibility of any CCRC is to provide housing, health care, and financial security. And that's what I just read. Those are components that satisfy the IRS ruling. That's why we didn't try to fit it into the model that is used virtually every time affordability comes up as a topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the pro microphone in the gymnasium.
Rich Feely, 347 Lexington Road, president of the Concord Housing Foundation.
Mr. Feely.
Speaking on behalf of the foundation. Newbury Court's a wonderful facility, and unless we split for Florida or Canada, we'll have a 60 to 70% increase in the population over 80 and 90 over the next 25 years. Yeah, we need this. But there are a lot of people in Concord that can't afford it. And we are grateful that the Newbury Court has proposed these mitigation payments. But we are very concerned that these have to be focused on housing so that there are affordable elder housing units in this town, more of them, because we need Newbury Court and we need places for people to live who can't afford Newbury Court but are elderly. We'll support this, but it is my understanding that the Select Board will take up a commitment of these funds. We hope to housing in the near future. Can I ask Ms. Hartman if that's the plan? I'm not asking for a commitment to.
Okay, so it sounds to me like they haven't taken a position on this. So if they do take a position during the meeting, they can let you know. They can't state a plan without having discussed it and voted on it.
Well, and again, we're not asking tonight for this commitment, but we're asking to have it agended and discussed in the near future, long before the Newbury Court project gets in the ground and starts making payments to Concord.
Well, I see some nodding over there from Ms. Hartman. That doesn't look like a problem. Sure, come on over.
Mr. Feely, the Select Board commits to place on our agenda in the near future an item to discuss in an open meeting how payments from Deaconess will be used either through the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust or some other mechanism.
Thank you very much. And having heard that, I can unequivocally say that the foundation supports the article.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the auditorium?
We do. We have one at each microphone.
That's great. Let's hear
Let's
from
have
both of
one
them.
from the pro microphone.
Ray Burdemessel, 1001 Main Street. Just a question again. The question was asked if there was payments besides rent from a previous speaker, and I don't believe that question was answered. If there was a initiation fee, a deposit, or whatever you want to call it before going there. Thank you.
Mr. Centris.
Thank you. Well, to clarify a few points, the first is yes, most of our contracts are refundable entrance fee payment. A second point that is outside of the scope of our current proposal, but important for me to voice. We did $14 million of subsidized care in the last decade. $14 million. That's community-wide. That's taking care of folks who came to Rivercrest, maybe from one of these other, living circumstances. Additionally, our community has always had a sliding scale program. Again, that's outside of the proposal tonight, but we've always had a sliding scale program that has covered folks in a wide range of income and assets.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask, we have a lot of people in line and who haven't had a chance to speak yet. So I'm going to ask, would anyone who's already spoken please wait until everyone else who wants to have a chance has had the opportunity. Mr. Banfield, let's hear our other speaker in the
We have one at the con microphone, so go ahead.
Hi, my name is Barbara Lee Flight. I live at 88 Hillcrest Road. And I just have a question regarding the sewage impact, because earlier there was a question as to whether or not the public restrooms at the high school could be handled. So I'm wondering what the concern, if there are any concerns regarding handling of the sewage for this big project.
Thank you for the question. While we desperately wish that there would be sewer capacity available, we understand there is not, and we are making our own plans to handle our own treatment of wastewater on that campus.
Thank you. Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Connie Levine, Stowe Street.
Ms.
I have
Levine.
a few questions about it. One of them is, I wanted to know, is there a buy-in, and if so, how much is it? And I wanted to know what % of people living there now have lived in Concord before they went into the place. And I also wanted to know why you're not allowing any affordable units. And another question I had was, why, since you don't have any plans, like I have never really heard of people coming before us to build something when they don't even have a plan that they can show the townspeople. And I went to the hearing, and it was the same thing. There was no plan of this. And like, I don't know if any of these are going to be looking at the houses, or they're all going to be on Ornac, or what. So it all depends on how this thing is going to look and what it's going to do to traffic, and yet we don't have that information. And I wonder why, because most people trying to build will spend the money and get those plans so they can make a coherent presentation.
Okay, most of those questions actually have already been answered in the presentation. The one about how much the entrance fee is has not been answered. Go ahead.
So our entrance fees range from $350,000 up to about $750,000. And while we often get criticized for how expensive we are, the real estate in Concord has so dwarfed our entrance fees that I'm proud to stand here and say we have like 50 units that are priced under $500,000. And so I understand it doesn't hit everybody's price point, but there is a middle market that benefits from our prices.
One further question, Mr. Sintros, you said before that your waiting list is about 60-40 Concord. Is that pretty much true of the residents as well?
Over time, yes.
Over time, yes was the answer. Okay, let's go to the con microphone.
Steve Urza, 39 Cottage Street.
Mr. Urza?
My question is, if this does not pass tonight, what would the next step be for the project? I assume it would go to the Planning Board and the Zoning Board of Appeals, as any project would. So that's my question.
Yeah, we have not planned for that, and so we would decide tomorrow, if that were the case, what our next steps would start to be.
I think, just to respond, I think that's actually a good place to go. I've been to many many planning board meetings. TD Bank, for example, was probably 12 meetings. The project was thoroughly vetted. We knew exactly what was going to be built, and I feel like that's a good position to be in for the town, and this is a little too early right now. So.
I see we have town council here who would like to offer some assistance.
Yes, Mr. Sintros mentioned what their plans would be, but just to be clear, if this does not pass tonight, the zoning would not be in place. So they wouldn't have any site plan to seek from the planning board or any special permit to seek from the ZBA. So you are zoning for this. The next step, if it's approved, it's just a zoning, just as if you allow commercial in an area, residential in an area, it's just a zoning. The next step is the site plan review, which goes to the planning board for all those details.
Thanks.
Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
My name is Lynn Stroud, 100 Newbury Court, and I'm not from Concord, so please don't hold it against me. We moved 900 miles to Newbury Court to be closer to our daughter and family and to start a new chapter of our lives. While we knew Concord was a very special town, we did not realize how quickly we would find such joy at our new home, Newbury Court. To be part of this not-for-profit neighborhood with its beautiful gardens and outdoor walking trails, accessible boardwalk, brings us great pride. We appreciate being so close to our family's excellent medical providers. We are grateful for living in a community that is so interested in each other. As part of the 2% of the town's population living at Newbury Court, we feel a part of our larger neighborhood. With the potential of the Newbury Court expansion, we will be able to accommodate those residents who wish to remain in Concord. Newbury Court has the answer.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask, we've been at this for just about an hour now. I'm going to ask we'll take a straw vote, and I'm going to ask how many of you have made up your minds how you plan to vote? How many of you thank you very much. How many of you are still thinking about how you're going to vote? Okay, so we have 2 or 3 people who are still thinking.
We have a small number here in the auditorium as well.
Okay. All right, so, please bear that in mind as you approach a microphone. If you are asking a question that's already been asked or echoing a point that someone else has already made, maybe we don't need to do that. Let's go to the con microphone in the auditorium.
Scott H. Gillis, Alfred Circle.
Mr. Gillis.
I was going to ask about a statement made by the CEO, which was, if this is approved tonight, we can take the next steps. If I understood from town council, it appears that our town will not allow Deaconess to present their plans in detail and address many questions such as building design, tree removal, and sewer, unless we approve the zoning change. In other words, we as a town apparently have a rule that does not allow us to know the details of the plans of Deaconess without us first making a decision to change the zoning of this 12-acre lot. Is that a correct understanding of the town rules?
We have town council here to help us with that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Let me clarify that. This is not a matter of whether details may be shared in advance. It's just simply a matter of how zoning process typically works. Their zoning allows you to know the uses in an area. This zoning is in fact much more detailed than many zoning provisions that you would find in the zoning bylaw that this town meeting has approved over the years. The application to specific projects happens before your boards and committees, volunteer boards and committees that you have. That is where the project gets fleshed out and is granted a permit to then go forward for construction. So this is not actually any less detailed than what you would have voted on for any other zoning. The only distinction, as Mr. Bobrowski mentioned before, is that this particular zoning is for a particular 12 acres as opposed to town-wide or a larger district.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the other microphone in the auditorium.
At the pro microphone, please.
Thank you. William Lott, 1011 Main Street. I call the question, please.
All right, that is just to explain to everybody, calling the question is a motion to end debate and proceed to a vote. The motion itself is non-debatable. It does require a second. Could I have a second? Thank you very much. This requires a 2/3 vote. We will use our paper voting slips to take this vote.
Quick question, what if you have an proposed amendment?
Doesn't matter, the question's been called.
Okay.
If you are in favor of the motion to call the question, please raise your paper voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That carries overwhelmingly in the gymnasium. How's it look in the auditorium, Mr. Banfield?
Same here.
Very good. We will proceed to a vote. Could we please put the voting screen up? Okay, and we're going to use our clickers for this, and as a reminder, if you're voting yes, you're going to use the green button, no, you're going to use the red button, Shannon, can you, very good, okay. We've got our timer up there, but please, if you know how you're going to vote, just do it. Okay, so let's close the voting window. Okay, so this motion required a 2/3 vote, and it does pass by well more than 2/3, a vote of 389 to 56. And there will be no applause, but thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now proceed to Article 28. And I want to note that we have with our presenters this evening Marcellus Thorson, who is a CCHS graduate and a Carlisle resident, and I've given him permission to speak on this. Okay, so, and with those of you who are departing, please do us the great favor of departing quietly because we still have a lot of work to do. Could we have the motion on the screen, please?
We have a point of order here.
And the point of order is?
No, we voted on the motion. We voted to end debate with our paper ballots, and so we have voted on the motion.
Okay, we are now taking up Article 28, and you'll see that it is that Mr. Bader moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 28. And this motion is a petition to the General Court for special legislation, and it's as provided in the briefing book. And I want to note that there is a revised proposed petition. It's the same, does the same thing, but it's different language. and Mr. Bader will explain to you why that was changed. And that revised petition is in there on page 51. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we do. Thank you. Mr. Bader.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm going to give you a brief presentation on the substance of Article 28, and then I will be followed by Marcellus Thorsten, who some of you may remember was here when we first came to town meeting with the ranked choice voting petition 3 years ago. I also have up with me, with the moderator's permission, should there be questions, we have Greg Dennis, who's the Voter Choice Massachusetts Policy Director, and if I can't answer a question, he can. And so we'll defer to the experts. We like experts here in Concord. This is, no, whoops, sorry. This is not the current version. It's not the one we had yesterday. We'll go with the, I'm going to jump around a little bit, and I apologize for that. 3 years ago, Concord asked for permission to file a home rule petition with the State House, which we did in May of 2022. And when the legislature doesn't act on that within 2 sessions, it expires. So we've reached the end of our shelf life, and so we have to start with this process yet again. Ranked choice voting has generally been supported by Concord residents. We had a state ballot question in 2020 where 61% of Concord voters in that election voted for it. The League of Women Voters supports ranked choice voting. The Select Board supports ranked choice voting, and the Town Clerk and the Board of Registrars in both 2022 and day before yesterday voted to say that we could implement ranked choice voting as proposed here. They did not support or oppose, they just said it was possible for us to do it, would not present any election problems. Ranked choice voting is not new. There are other towns in Massachusetts. Cambridge has been using it since the 1940s, East Hampton more recently. We are not alone in this endeavor. There are a number of towns listed where they also have petitions before the State House to implement ranked choice voting, and nor in the wider world are we unique. As you can see, other states, other countries have been using it for decades. This is what the ballot looks like at the moment. If you have 1 open seat or 2 open seats, you would mark the 2 votes. If you have a ranked choice voting situation, you have the same candidates listed, but instead of separate votes, you'd rank your voters, your choices in order of first, second, third, so on. Once the ballots have been counted, the first round mechanically counts all the votes. If these are our candidates and this was the first round of voting, you see Louisa is ahead, but she does not have 50 plus 1 voters, so she does not yet have a majority of all the voters supporting her. The way the counting works, you take the candidate with the fewest votes, look at the ballots for that candidate, and see who was their second choice. And this is called eliminating the lowest vote getter, and their votes would be reallocated to other candidates. And you do that until you get to the point where, as you see now, one of the candidates has more than 50%, and at that point we're left with just 2 candidates. One won and one didn't win. If you had a second seat in the same election, you'd go through the same process. The difference would be that the second time through counting the ballots, Louisa, your first candidate, has won and has the seat. You count the ballots again as if she were no longer in the election because she's already been elected. Okay. Our current machines in Concord can process ranked choice voting ballots. In terms of what else would we need that we don't have today, the town clerk would need a dedicated laptop to run the software. And we could implement this if the state legislature approves it within 90 days. We want a buffer between when they get the approval and so the town clerk can get set up for the final election. The first time we go through this, we could have an expert consultant help to make sure that everything went smoothly, answer any questions, but that would not be an ongoing need. So that's my quick story, and I'm going to turn it over to Thorsten for comment from the younger generation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcellus Thorson. I'm a proud graduate of CCHS and former CCHS class president. I spoke at this town meeting 3 years ago in support of ranked choice voting, and I argued that it was an essential reform in order to fix democracy, and I still believe so today. Even more so than when I spoke in 2022, our nation and local communities feel more polarized than ever. Productive political change seems unreachable, and a deep pessimism in the future of this country, especially among young people, has taken root. Instituting ranked choice voting is one important step we can take to present a new and bold vision for the ways we use our electoral systems to elect better leadership. More than ever, the systems we use to hold our politicians to account matter. With faith in our representatives at an all-time low and American institutions under threat, perhaps it's time to rethink how our current electoral systems are serving us. With ranked choice voting, we can model a better version of democracy for my generation and future generations to come. A system where consensus candidates are elected. A system where political opponents are not treated as existential threats, but as humans that we may differ from politically. A system where participation feels like a meaningful choice in holding our leaders to account. While instituting ranked choice voting on a local level might seem an insignificant step, with contested town races far less common than seen at the state or national level, and our polarization here far less potent than in the national sphere, this article still serves as an important way to improve future elections that may yet be contested, and harbors great symbolic importance in a town known for being a catalyst for an experiment in democracy only a few hundred years ago.
Mr. Thorson, you will need to wrap it up. Thank you.
In 2022, I urge that we plant the seeds of democracy today in order to cultivate the flourishing political flowers of tomorrow, and I do so again in asking you to support ranked choice voting in Concord. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Mr. Bader noted, the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 28. We'll open the floor now to questions and comments. We have anybody in the auditorium?
We have someone coming to the con microphone. And you may speak.
Amron Frisch, 165 Thoreau. I'm concerned about ranked choice voting in a small town like Concord for local elections where a large percentage of the electorate probably doesn't know everybody who is running. And that may not be an ideal situation, but I think it's the situation we're in. I don't want to get into a really deep discussion about the pros and cons of ranked choice voting for democracy in general, but it is a different situation when you have everybody who's voting who understands both how ranked choice voting works really well and also who has a deep knowledge of all of the candidates and strong opinions of those. When you have a lot of people that go to the polls, they might know one candidate that they want to vote for, they might not know any of the candidates and they're voting for a national primary. I don't think that ranked choice voting will increase the democratic result. And I'm also concerned that studies have shown that marginalized and underprivileged groups are more likely to overvote and have their votes not counted. And I would at least recommend that people hold off on this until there's more understanding of how this would impact our local community, as opposed to just whether ranked choice voting is a good choice for democracy in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
I just have a question.
Yep.
So the question is, in your...
Oh, name and address, please.
I'm sorry. Steve Urza, 39 Cottage
Thank you, Mr. Urza.
Street. The question is, if there were 2 seats open, it wasn't really shown, do you get 2 number 1 votes, or do you just get 1 number 1 vote? You didn't really show that on the slide. So if there are 2 seats open, you would get 2 1s and then 2 2s?
Mr. Bader will try to answer this.
For a two-seat race, you would vote once for all of the candidates would be ranked in one pass. So you could vote for one first choice, you could vote first, second, third, fourth, whatever you wanted to do, you could vote. The two seats would be filled by the sequential counting method that I quickly ran through on the slides. You'd fill the first seat first, then you'd fill the second seat by looking at all the votes again the second time around.
So if somebody doesn't have 50%, then you go back and you knock out a candidate, and those votes you go to their second. It seems to me you should have two number one votes if there were two seats open. That's all.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. David Allen, East Bridge Road. Of course, we've now seen and begun to learn the mechanics of ranked choice voting. Almost certainly the question in most minds is, okay, so what's at stake here? Why actually would we want to do this? In other words, why would the outcomes be different? And the simple answer is that it allows for a range of views amongst the voting public, in other words, those of us who are going to go to the polls, to be represented in those who get elected. As our young proponent pointed out, we live in a world that's incredibly polarized. Maybe not so much here, but nonetheless, we live with a voting system right now that tends to drive parties either one direction or the other. We'll be so served if we'll adopt a voting system that allows us to get a range of views. If you look at Europe and the way parliamentary systems work, you get folks across the spectrum. That serves our society most profoundly. We will do a very great service to our community here in Concord if we'll adopt this. I personally express my thanks to those who are putting this as it may get to the legislature. They need to hear from us up there. They do eventually act. You see other towns have been accepted. If we go a second time, I'd say our chances are reasonable. What's crucial here is why we do this, and I hope you now see why we would do it. Thank you. Let's vote for this.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium.
And at the pro microphone, please.
Edward Larner, 167 Elsinore Street. I'm also a board member on the Housing Authority and also the housing representative on the CPC. Very quickly, I just believe that ranked choice voting is a much better solution to the fact that we really had some really bad candidates, either on the national level, and we need to, come up with a better system. And it's not something that's just happened. It's been building up on a long time. And as far as the complications of getting it done, I think Concord has the ability to do things right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other speakers in the auditorium?
I do. I have another one at the pro microphone. Proceed.
I just want to remind us that we already...
Please identify yourself.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. We did already vote overwhelmingly for this 3 years ago, and I think we should do it again because it has all kinds of preference voting systems, have all kinds of different frills, but they're all better than you only get to vote for one person and the most popular one wins. This allows you to vote for the candidate that you care about, who doesn't have a choice, have a real chance to win. You can vote for Ross Perot without hurting George Bush. You can vote for Ralph Nader without hurting Al Gore. And you make sure that they're nicer to each other because negative campaigning backfires in a ranked choice election. And that's true of local elections too. Let's go for it again.
Thank you.
We'll come back now to the gymnasium. We'll go to the pro microphone.
Niranjana Nagarajan, 18 Nathan Pratt Drive.
Ms. Narajaran.
Is this a clarifying question? When you have multiple candidates on a ranked choice ballot, are you required to rank all of them?
All right, so I guess we're going to hear from Mr. Dennis, and I have given Mr. Bader permission to have Mr. Dennis help him out with some of the details. Go ahead, Mr. Dennis.
Thank you. The answer is no. You can rank as many or as few candidates as you like, including just one. If you only have one choice, you only know about one candidate, you can just rank that candidate. It's your choice.
And so then what happened? I mean, I could see that being somewhat of a challenge in the two-seat situation that the previous question brought up as well, right? Because that could lead to a situation where you've kind of, you know, there's an almost a statistical push towards if there's only people are voting for only one candidate and not obliged to rank all of them, then it becomes the same thing as we have right now.
Right. Well, today in Concord, you're not obliged to vote for two candidates in a two-seat election either. You can vote for one or vote for two, and sometimes there's a strategic decision about whether or not you want to bullet vote for one to really help that candidate. That strategic consideration goes away under ranked choice, so you can just really, the best strategy is to vote sincerely and honestly, rank as many or as few candidates as you like in the order of your preference.
Can you explain how that would be?
How you would.
Why does that strategic choice go away in ranked choice?
Oh, the strategic choice goes away. Well, the reason there's a bullet voting incentive today is because voting for your second choice could elect that person at the expense of your first. Voting for your second choice today hurts the odds your first choice will win. Under ranked choice, your vote doesn't count towards your second choice unless your first choice is eliminated.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Good evening. Ronald Bernard, 83 Wright Road.
Mr. Bernard.
I'm not sure whether I'm pro or con. I just have a couple of questions. But first of all, there was a comment made about eliminating the bad candidate. This is democracy. Democracy is messy. And it's up to us as voters to decide who's good and who's bad. So I think that's a false argument. Stephen, I didn't quite follow your presentation, but it looked to me that Louisa won the first round on normal voting. She didn't have a majority, but she had a plurality, and that happens in every election. So what's wrong with the plurality?
Okay, is that the question? Go ahead.
The idea of requiring a majority instead of only a plurality is that the people elected will have the support of a greater portion of the electorate. You may recall we had an open congressional seat a number of years ago, and our current congresswoman won the primary with something like 13% of the vote. Maybe it was 14%, I don't remember, but it was nowhere near half. So that means that 6 out of 7 people did not vote for her in that primary election. I have nothing against our Congresswoman Trahan, but that's just an example of, an extreme example of how a winner in a plurality doesn't necessarily represent the will of the majority of the voters.
I would find an argument with that, but still, it looks like ranked choice voting forces a mandate. The person having a majority forces a mandate, whereas a person who wins just as a plurality knows that that person doesn't have a mandate, and perhaps that elected official has to act with some sort of moderation. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to the pro microphone in the gymnasium, and then we'll go back You know, I am going to ask people who've already spoken if they let other people who haven't spoken yet go first. But we'll go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excuse me. Hugh McCrory, 59 Lee Drive.
Mr. McCrory?
So I think all we have to do, well, given that we've already voted for this in a previous town meeting, I want to get a clarification on if town meeting was to approve this particular article, what happens next? Can Mr. Bader outline what the steps typically are?
Mr. Bader?
Again, if it wasn't quite clear to me.
Go ahead.
So if the town meeting approves this, it goes to the select board. The select board has heard the will of the town, and they will file a homeroom petition with the legislature that will be filed by our representatives and senators in the respective bodies of the House, and it will contain the language that was included in the briefing book and the revised version.
So effectively, if that proceeds, town meeting could be voting, or not town meeting, but residents of Concord could be using ranked choice voting in the future, if that all proceeds.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes, sorry. So if that proceeds as planned, if town meeting approve it, and then the next election, we would be using ranked choice voting. Is that correct?
We could, in theory. In practice, this is not the first town nor the first time that we've tried to get the legislature to pass something. It is often takes decades, or at least multiple years. I don't hold out any hope that we'll get this done in time for next year's
thank you. I'm just cognizant of my time, so I just want to follow up. Thank you very much, Mr. Bader. So given that, all we have to do is look around the town meeting tonight and see the number of people who just left after some articles, and we can look at the average age of our town meeting members. What we want to do is encourage democracy, encourage participation. Ranked choice voting is more reflective of the candidates in terms of the will of the people. I would encourage all of us to give this a try. I'm a proponent of it, and I know many people are. We have town meeting, and it's the truest form of local democracy, but it has its imperfections, as does elections, and choosing the old style of voting, as we saw in our national election.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let us, let's see, let's go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Eric Van Loon, Martha's Point Road. Madam Moderator, I move the previous question.
All right, so we have been talking about this for 25 minutes now, so that's not an inappropriate motion. This motion requires a second. Thank you. The motion is to cut off debate and go directly to a vote. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of cutting off debate and going to a vote, thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, that carries by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium?
The same here.
All right, we will proceed to a vote. Let us put the voting screen up, please. And this time, I know we've all been sitting for a long time, so if you would like to stand up in order to cast your vote, you can stay seated if you want. But if you'd like to stand, this is an opportunity to do it. Okay, so let's start the timer and go ahead and cast your votes. Okay, let's close the voting window. All right, that passes by a very wide majority, 255 to 50, and I do so declare. I have no motion under Article 29, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 29. Articles 30 and 31 were addressed on the consent calendar. I have no motion under Article 32, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 32. And we will now proceed to Article 33. Could we have the motion up on the screen, please?
Madam Moderator, I'm Mark Howell, the Select Board Representative to the MCI Concord Advisory Board.
Thank you, Mr. Howell.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 33 requests the town meeting appropriate $250,000 from free cash for the purposes of evaluating the feasibility of acquiring the MCI Concord wastewater treatment plant and general planning purposes related to MCI Concord. Tonight, I'll provide an update on how we've allocated the funds received from the state so far and explain why we are making this request and how these funds will be used to participate effectively in this important redevelopment effort. In fiscal 25, through the efforts of our state legislators, we received a state budget earmarks totaling $725,000. $400,000 of these was used for conceptual planning and economic analysis through our contract with Agency Landscape and Planning, and $285,000 was allocated to planning and analysis of the MCI wastewater treatment plant, which the state has already offered to the town and is critical to understand the infrastructure that exists in Concord and plan for how it might, the infrastructure that exists at the prison, and plan for how it might be used in future redevelopment. $40,000 of these dollars weren't held in reserve as a contingency because we didn't know how much the consulting contract would be. We're grateful for the support from the state, but we must use it by June 30th, 2025, or lose it. It was delayed in its release till February 25, which compressed our schedule. The assessment and public outreach has already started. It started in March and is ongoing through the end of this month. We used it for traffic planning and wastewater treatment analysis. Concord has not had to spend any town funds yet. And although requested, new state funding is not expected in fiscal 26. Having access to funds that we can deploy as needed is important to negotiate a wastewater treatment facility transaction and to plan for the site as a whole. Remember, the town cannot enter into any contract without a source of appropriated funds, hence the need for Article 33. In fiscal 26, the town manager has committed $100,000 of the remaining ARPA funds for use in drafting new zoning for MCI Concord. These funds must also be spent by a certain date, which is December 31st, 2026. We have requested a new earmark through the legislature, but the state has experienced an unprecedented number of requests in this budget cycle, so we're not optimistic that this request would be likely granted in the state budget this year. Therefore, to ensure that the town has access to some funding that Concord can control and use as needed, we are putting forward Article 33. Potential uses for these funds are additional public outreach, which we may find we need depending on the results of the consulting that we're doing now, wastewater treatment system planning for including how to connect the wastewater system to the town's existing wastewater system. And we know that Mass DOT has started a rotary redesign project, but it's going to take them 18 months to come up with a design. By then we'll be out of money and won't have the facility to support that with our own studies should they become necessary. Legal support for MCI negotiations, including the input to the state's request for proposals for redevelopment and due diligence studies or assessment of site buildings that may be of interest to us for municipal or other purposes are also likely to be needed. By way of comparison, the town spent $45,000 and over 1,000 hours of town staff support on MBTA zoning communities alone, and MCI's redevelopment is much more complicated. So in conclusion, the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 33.
Thank you very much. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. We will now open the floor for questions and comments on this proposed appropriation. I don't see anyone in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
I have someone coming to the pro microphone. Go ahead.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. I think this is a no-brainer. We have to deal with the plumbing of our town, and this is an opportunity. Everybody would rather think about marble countertops and remodeling the kitchen than redoing the bathroom plumbing, but we've got to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Dritt. We'll go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Gail Heyer, 54 Nancy Road. I'm not con, but I have a question. 3 questions, actually. So number 1 question, if Concord were to acquire the wastewater treatment plant, would they become an operator, or would they actually take ownership of the land that comprises the plant?
That's currently all subject to potential negotiation with the state, but the state legislation that surplus to MCI Concord required that the state offer the wastewater treatment facility to the town. It was silent on how much land that actually comes with.
Okay, so question number 2, has there been any assessment of the, like whether there's any hazardous waste on the land? And question number 3, is that part of the plan to evaluate whether there's any hazardous waste disposed on the land?
I think question number 3 is the only one that's actually within the scope of the article, because this article is only looking to appropriate funds for study. So,
Okay.
Mr. Howell, will the hazardous waste be part of study?
That would say, if we were looking to acquire any portion of the land, we would need to do our own due diligence studies, and this article is designed to provide funding for such studies should we decide they're prudent, and obviously they would be.
Great, thanks.
Thank you very much. I see we have someone in the auditorium.
At the con microphone, go ahead.
John Geilinger, 228 Park Lane. Just a question. If hypothetically we voted no on this and then in the future did not seek to acquire MCI, what are the likely or potential outcomes for the site then?
I think the advisory board has done a good job, and the town has done a good job of getting out in front of the planning process and working with the state over the possible reuses. We would still retain the zoning control, but we would lose the momentum that we have in terms of designing the uses of the site. And I'm sorry, but I did omit a comment that I wanted to make, and this seems like a good place to make it. The consultant working with the MCI Advisory Board has already involved the public in 2 public meetings and created 3 possible reuse scenarios for the town, which give examples of how the site might be reused. There's a new website that's linkable through the town's website, but also you can go directly there at mci-concord.org to see these scenarios, to comment on them, and to respond to a survey. So I would really encourage everybody to go ahead and look at those. The MCI Advisory Board will be trying to work out which one of these scenarios or combination of those scenarios represents the best interests of our town, and we're trying to do that fairly quickly so that we can be prepared to move to a zoning process.
Thank you very much. Looks like we're ready to, do you have anyone else in the auditorium? Or
I do not.
Okay, we're ready to go to a vote. Could we have the voting screen up, please? Could we have the timer, please? Okay, let's vote. I think we're ready to close the voting window. Okay, that passes by a very broad majority, 251 votes to 8. Thank you very much. We addressed Article 34 last night. I have no motion under Article 35 and therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 35, and we will proceed to Article 36. You see that the motion is on the screen, which is to take affirmative action on Article 36 as printed in the warrant. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gwen Shipley, 89 Wilson Road, and I'm here with Megan Sinclair from 785 Barrett's Mill Road to discuss Article 36, which seeks a town-wide ban of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, otherwise known as SCARs. Oh, that was the wrong button. Okay. Oh, I screwed it up, Donna, sorry. Okay, good. Is that good? Okay, good. Thank you. These poisons threaten wildlife, pets, and human health. Together, we can create a safer environment for all residents, both human and animal. So what are SCARs? You know those black boxes that you see so often around buildings? Studies have shown that 96% of bait boxes in Massachusetts contain SCARs. SCARs is short for second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. Basically, they are rodent poisons that kill by causing internal bleeding. Because of this, SCARs are banned for retail sale due to risks to pets and children, although they are still available to purchase online. The town of Concord does not currently use them on municipal properties, which is great, but SCARs are still widely used by licensed professionals, including here in Concord. If I needed to deal with a rodent problem at home, unless I asked specific questions, I might not even know whether SCARs are being used. Plus, scientific studies have shown that using SCARs alone is ineffective at reducing rodent populations. This is why we are seeking a home rule petition to expand protections. What is the problem with SCARs? You may remember the effects that DDT had on bald eagles and other raptor populations before its 1972 ban. Similarly, SCARs bioaccumulate. As the predator eats poisoned animals, the toxins accumulate in its body until it succumbs. Most people assume that bait boxes trap the rodent, but they don't. The rodent eats the bait and leaves the box alive, taking the poison into the environment. Since it can take the rodent days to die, that weakened animal may be eaten by a fox, hawk, owl, or even a pet, passing the poison up the food chain. Studies show us that the problem is getting worse. Tufts Wildlife Clinic has been testing deceased birds of prey for years. In 2011, they reported that 86% tested positive for SCARs. In 2016, the number went up to 96%, and by 2020, 100% of red-tailed hawks tested positive. And it's not only birds that are affected. 98% of fishers tested positive as well. Dozens of pets are treated at Angel Medical Center annually, and even people are affected. The Department of Public Health reports about 100 cases of SCAR poisoning a year, half of whom are children under 6.
Are there effective alternatives? Yes. While our article as written leaves room for SCAR use in cases of a public health emergency, there are many non-SCAR integrated pest management plans, or IPMs, that are even better at reducing rodent populations and are more humane. IPMs involve common sense solutions to reduce pests. For example, if you have fruit flies, you may put out traps, but to truly eradicate them, you should also move your fruit to the fridge. Similarly, rodent IPMs typically include more than one way to eliminate rodents. Excluding rodents is achieved by sealing any cracks. Next, rodents can be starved by properly storing food, trash, and compost. If there are still rodents, they can be targeted by using snap traps, rodent birth control, gassing burrows with CO2, and encouraging natural predators like raptors to help manage populations. Did you know that an owl can eat up to 1,000 mice in 1 year? This is another reason we want to ban escars. They kill or weaken our natural predators. As a last resort, there are some poisons that are not escars, such as vitamin D3 and Rad-X, which is used by the town of Concord on municipal properties. These poisons are still effective, but do not work their way up the food chain. So they do not cause the same amount of environmental devastation as escars do. Right now, escars are not used on municipal property in Concord, but we can't prevent the use of escars on private or commercial properties without state approval, hence Article 36. A yes vote on this article would allow us to petition the state for a home rule exemption so we can protect our entire community, not just municipal spaces. Our town can demonstrate to the state that safer, more humane pest management is both possible and necessary. Passing Article 36 tonight is the first step in banning escars in Concord. If Article 36 passes, the ban will not take effect immediately, but this vote will be an important stepping stone in the process. In order to enact a home rule petition, our article will need to pass town meeting, move to the state Senate and House, and then on to the governor's office, then ultimately back to Concord town meeting. This process could take years, which will give the town time to finalize the ban details in a way that works best for all Concord residents and businesses. In the meantime, we encourage everyone to talk to their pest control providers about discontinuing escar use and urge their neighbors to do the same. Banning is a statewide initiative. 14 towns have passed home rule petitions and 3 more will soon vote. 35 towns have already reduced escar use on municipal property, including Arlington, Lexington, and Lowell. At least 91 communities across the state have active groups organizing to reduce escar use. These efforts have led to a bill supported by our local legislators that is currently in deliberation at the State House. Concord has a rich history as a leader of environmentalism and conservation. In 2013, we were the first town to ban single-use water bottles. We've since banned plastic checkout bags and passed a prohibition on gas-powered leaf blowers that will take effect in 2030. Our article has received support from the following groups: the Select Board, the Climate Action Committee, the Natural Resource Commission, the League of Women Voters, Concord Climate Action Network, and Mass Audubon. Let me end with a quote by Margaret Mead. "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Please join us in eliminating escars in Concord. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation for no action from the Economic Vitality Committee. We'll open the floor to questions and comments. Let's go to the pro microphone first in the gymnasium.
My name is Brad Dye. I live at 1019 Main Street. I'm a member of the Climate Action Committee, speaking on behalf of the Climate Action Committee.
Thank you. Go ahead.
As the previous speaker mentioned, the Climate Action Committee unanimously supports favorable action on this motion tonight. When we met to review this petition, we noted to the petitioners that the General Court, in its wisdom, has not seen clear to allow many communities to do this through home rule. And at our meeting, we encouraged the petitioners to work with elected leadership in the townhouse to memorialize current town practices in policies of the town. Regardless of what happens tonight, it's going to be a while until Concord's able to do this. However, we can take the best practices that we're already doing and make them a policy of the town. Please get it done. Additionally, Madam Moderator, if you happen to have a couple of mice in your basement and you think to yourself, I'm going to save a couple of bucks by going on Amazon and finding a solution for myself, please do your due diligence. Take care of your family, your pets, your neighbors, and your wildlife by making smart choices as an informed consumer. Make good decisions and do your due diligence. Take the information that you've seen at the presentation by the previous speakers and keep that for your home. You and your neighbors will be grateful for being a more informed consumer. And to the business community, any members of the business community who are skeptical of this action tonight, please make better decisions if you are using this now. There are safer and affordable alternatives available. Make good decisions, be a good neighbor for all of us. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I hope that the meeting approves this motion.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker in the pro line.
Janet Rothrock, 618 in Ersnack Hill Road.
Until the 1980s in Massachusetts, several or different towns had different laws governing the use of pesticides, but then Massachusetts established a general law, Chapter 132B, to regulate pesticide application across the state. However, SCARs have proved problematic enough that several towns have banned the use of SCARs on town-owned property, including Arlington, Boston, Brookline, Cambridge, Lowell, Lexington, Newbury, Newton, Somerville, and Watertown. And the following have submitted home rule petitions to the state seeking permission to ban SCARs on private property, as we are doing. That would include Arlington, Brookline, Newbury, Newton, and Orleans. So Concord is joining these towns in seeking an exemption to help protect Concord's residents, pets, wildlife, and overall ecosystem from exposure to these deadly chemicals. I want to underscore that the League of Women Voters of Concord Carlisle support the article, as well as the Climate Action Network. Concord Climate Action Network. And today I read an article in the Concord Land Conservation Trust newsletter, also advocating support for this article. And of course, Mass Audubon supports it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the auditorium, Mr. Banfield?
We do not.
All right, let's go to the next pro speaker. And I do want to point out to you that there's no one at the con microphone. But anyway, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elaine Kindler. I live at 78 Elsinore Street. As a wildlife photographer, I have seen far too many needless deaths of entire families of owls and other raptors due to the use of SCARs. I have photographed a family of owls only to read a week later that they are all dead from the male bringing back a sick rodent, which is an easy catch and opportunistic hunters that they are, and dropping it in the nest for the female and the owlets, only for them to consume, and they all die. There are alternatives to SCARs that are both effective and safe for our communities and have been implemented in other towns. It's time for Concord to join other communities such as Arlington on this ban. Proper trash storage and containment are the first priority for rodent control, not poison. Please vote yes on Article 36.
Thank you very much. We'll take the next speaker at the pro microphone, and then we'll go to the con microphone. Go ahead.
Clarice Gordon, 100 Newbury Court. I have a question about the supplemental materials in your briefing book about this. It almost looks like a poster, and a lot of times we put our supplemental materials out on the table, and I'm wondering what was the process for getting this particular advertisements, I guess I would call it, into the briefing book, and was that process made clear to everybody who was in favor or against an article?
So I could answer that question for you. This year, we made the decision to create a town meeting briefing book, and our effort was to include in the briefing book everything by article sponsors that otherwise would have been a handout out on the tables, and to be able to put that in the hands of voters in advance of the meeting with all the motions, as many supplemental materials as we could have, and make an easy reference for people during the meeting. So this is a new thing that we're trying this year, and the citizen petitioners, as sponsors of an article, were invited to provide supplemental materials to support the article that they are bringing. Those people who have had citizens who aren't sponsoring articles, who are against things, they still have the opportunity to come and ask to have a handout approved and to make copies and distribute it at town meeting. So that's still an option for others.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And now we'll go to the con microphone.
Eric Van Loon, Martha's Point Road. Madam Moderator, I'd like to move the previous question.
All right. Well, we have been at this for about 15 minutes. I think that's okay. Is there a second? Yeah, oh boy, there's a lot of seconds. Okay. So Once again, non-debatable motion requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of terminating debate and going to a vote, thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, that carries by well more than 2/3. What's it look like in the auditorium,
I think
Mr.
we have
Banfield?
unanimity over here.
All right, we will then put up our voting screen, please. And can we have a 30-second timer this time, do you think? The window's open, so you can start. There we go. Start voting. Okay, let's close the window. All right, that passes by a very wide majority, a vote of 246 to 17, and I do so declare. We will now go to Article 37. You'll find the materials on Article 37 on page 64 of the briefing book, and we'll hear from Mr. Giddings. Can we get the motion up on the screen? All right, you can see the motion there. It is a motion to take affirmative action on Article 37 as printed in the warrant. Could we have a second, please? I see that we have one. Thank you.
I have a point of order, Madam Moderator.
Yes.
In the briefing book, I have that this is not as printed in the warrant, but with the following change. So is that as stated on the slide?
For Article 37?
I'm sorry? That's
Article 37 is still the same, I believe. I'm sorry, what?
okay. All right. Carry on. Carry on.
Ms. Hughes, do you want to straighten us out?
I have a clause that indicates that the word tenant following the phrases change in any use, and there's a full paragraph.
Oh, okay. So let's, I don't know if we can edit the slide right now, but I think that we will make this motion as printed in the briefing book. And it does require a 2/3 vote. So on page 60, Dean, Mr. Banfield, thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. The motion on page 66 does include one change, which you can read in the briefing book. Do you have that in your slides, Mr. Giddings?
I'm not sure.
We've been doing so well with our presentations until now.
Could we just make the motion as printed in the briefing book and move it like that?
Mr. Giddings, are you able to proceed with the motion as printed in the briefing book?
No, we have the wrong presentation.
You have the wrong presentation. Ah, okay. I'm wondering whether we should proceed to, you can, okay, because we could proceed to Article 41 while you sort.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right, so the motion is going to be what's on the screen now, which is that the town take affirmative action as printed in the briefing book on Article 37. Can we have a second for this motion? Very good, thank you. All right, Mr. Giddings.
Mark Giddings, 474 Barretts Mill Road. Parking is always a hot item in town. That is why it seeks to come up in various action items in the town's comprehensive long-range plan, Envision Concord Bridge to 2030. And while it is a job of the Select Board to address public parking issues, it falls to the Planning Board to look into private parking concerns and the requirements under the zoning bylaw. This is what the Planning Board did. First, we asked about research alternate zoning methods to preserve the natural and architectural characteristics of Concord while allowing appropriately scaled and designed redevelopment or development. We recommend that new and infill development incorporate transportation-related sustainability features, develop plans to decrease the demand for parking, and reduce parking requirements near village centers and other specific areas while requiring multi-features. We apologize, the slides aren't necessarily following the presentation. I'll try to do the best that I can to keep in track. So how did the Planning Board approach trying to meet these Envision Concord action items? The town hired a transportation and parking engineer consultant to evaluate the current zoning bylaw parking requirements in Section 7.7, comparing published industry standards, neighboring communities to our current bylaw. What we found was that for the most of the land uses in Table 4, the parking requirements are in line with industry standards. A few could be amended, but it would not bring about any change in meeting the goals of the community. However, for Section 7.7.2.4, joint parking, the parking engineer found that the current bylaw is very restrictive. Requests for the amount of joint parking is not required to be based upon factual data, and there is no clear process for what happens with a joint parking agreement when a business changes. So what is the problem this bylaw amendment is trying to solve? Currently, the uses that are allowed to utilize joint parking are severely limited. The limit on how much parking can be considered joint parking is an arbitrary number of 50%, with no clear analysis or justification required, and no provision for a new joint parking agreement to be executed when a business changes. The current language is outdated, does not take into consideration how businesses and consumers operate, does not meet the town's Envision Concord goals, and does not support the economic vitality of Concord's commercial centers. In consultation with parking engineering, the Planning Board is proposing to amend the current bylaw to broaden the land uses that can utilize joint parking. Have the calculated required parking be based on available and documented data instead of on an arbitrary 50%, and establish a defined process for when a usage changes in the future. This will allow for developments within justified by data to significantly decrease the parking supply on site to the supply-demand need. It also enables development to mix shared and unshared off-street parking minimums based upon available and documented data. The transportation parking engineer recommends that we broaden the ability for more land uses to utilize joint parking, Have the calculated required parking be based on available and documented data instead of on a hardline percentage, and further define the procedure for agreement for joint parking when a use changes. The amendment proposes to delete and replace the current language under Section 7.7.2.4 with new language. Additionally, it will clarify Section 7.7.2.7. Location actually is referring to the off-site parking, and to add a requirement that any long-term lease for an off-site parking arrangement is executed by all owners and tenants. So we'll replace Section 7.7.2.4 joint parking with new language, and the amendment, Section 7.7.2.7, to clarify location is off-site parking and require off-site parking agreements be executed by all owners and tenants. As noted earlier, the current bylaw can only be used for educational, religious, lodge and club, and indoor amusement and restaurant uses that are used jointly by banks, offices, retail stores, repair shops, service establishments, and other uses not normally open, used, or operated during similar hours. The proposed bylaw would allow any use that is permitted in the zoning district for the property to take advantage of joint parking. The current bylaw is very restrictive. What if you have two restaurants on a lot where one serves breakfast and lunch and is open from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., and another restaurant that serves lunch and dinner is open from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m.? These two uses would not be available to use joint parking. The proposed bylaw would allow for that use of joint parking as long as the minimum number of spaces that is provided adequately meets the highest demand requirement for the hours of operation that overlap. If a lower number of parking spaces than the cumulative number of minimum required parking spaces defined in Table 4 is approved, no change in use shall therefore be permitted without review and approval by the building commissioner of further documentation that the parking will remain adequate following occupancy of the new use and receipt of an executed joint parking agreement by all parties. Any request for joint parking has to be supported by an hour-by-hour parking analysis. Joint parking is permitted in any permitted use in any zoning district currently. If joint parking is permitted that is lower than the cumulative required parking spaces defined in Table 4, no change in any use permitted without review and approval of the building commissioner. Joint parking justified by an hour-by-hour analysis. I do have this slide. This shows the analysis that would be done. In our example, I'll talk a little bit about it. The hourly parking for each proposed use is projected based upon data published through the transportation, engineering, and planning profession. All the uses are counted together on an hour-by-hour basis to figure out what is the peak weekday and peak Saturday morning parking demand. The peak demand is the minimum required parking that would be permitted for a joint parking facility. Under the current zoning bylaw provision for joint parking, none of these three uses would be allowed to utilize joint parking in pursuant to the minimum required parking specified in Table 4. The example shows a multifamily low-rise, an office building, and a shopping center. I don't think you can make that out from that slide, but that's what it is. Under the current zoning bylaw provision for joint parking, none of these uses would be allowed to utilize joint parking. None of them would. And pursuant to the minimum required parking specified in Table 4, a total of 297 parking spaces would be required instead of the 229, which is justified by the analysis done by the parking professional. That's 68 additional spaces. That is more than 11,000 square feet of added pavement. I want to stress that joint parking is not relief from parking. Joint parking allows for shared parking on private property that under the proposed bylaw amendment will meet the highest projected demand for all of the uses. Relief from parking is approved for a total reduction in the amount of parking that is required to be provided on site due to other factors, such as historic building in Concord Center where there is no ability to park. What is staying the same? Joint parking approval may be rescinded if it is determined that the joint use is resulting in a public nuisance or other adverse effects on the public health, safety, and welfare. A written agreement is executed by all parties concerned and approved as to the form and length of time by the planning board. Site approval from the planning board is also required, which involves lighting, parking spots, charging stations, landscaping, et al. The current bylaw and proposed bylaw is that the joint parking approval may be rescinded. A written agreement signed by all the parties is required, and site plan approval from the planning board is needed. A couple of examples. I hope we have the slides of these.
Are you working on wrapping it up, Mr. Giddings?
Am I talking too long, Ms. Moderator?
Kinda.
I had a couple of examples. One of them is Millbrook Carry that everybody's aware of, where they had to build a concrete platform parking spot there over wetlands. Had we been able to do joint parking, we probably would have been able to avoid that, okay? The other one is the Paparazzi's project. We were able to do some joint parking there, but because we couldn't commingle the same type businesses, we limited how much we could do, and therefore we had to have more parking than was probably required there. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you very
Please
much.
vote in favor of our amendment. Thank you very much.
Both the Planning Board and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on Article 37. And we'll open the floor now for questions and comments. We'll go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Corey Atkins, 5 Concord Green. I confess to being a little confused.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Housing right now is a real crisis, and we've got some big projects coming into Concord. And one of the things that's being discussed over the radio and things like that is not requiring parking in the equation to the housing units as it stands now. Does this affect housing units and developments that are going to go forward?
No, it has nothing to do with residential parking.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to the con microphone in the gymnasium.
William Kaiser, 8 Middle Street.
Mr. Kaiser?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm afraid I have to say I have some concerns about this. The biggest one is that it seems to me that this article allows, enables, and encourages an influx of vehicles onto residential streets. The concerns I have would be, A, our streets are not that wide. If you have a narrow residential street with a string of cars parked along the side, 2 cars can't pass abreast. So it's going to cause backups, traffic problems. It's not a desirable thing. B, trying to back out of a driveway when you've got cars abutting on both sides makes it impossible for the backer to see the road until they're already in it, which increases the chance of being T-boned by somebody in a hurry to get down the street to where they're going. And C, finally, if you have a string of cars along the residential street, they can very easily block driveways, access to people's homes, and in the wintertime, when you've got a 1 or 2 foot layer of snow to navigate after getting between the bumpers of the bulwark of behemoths, carrying groceries perhaps, is a real challenge. And how can I be so certain about this? I live on 8 Middle Street, where the Concord Academy joint parking is really not working out. I would really vote against this particular project.
Thank you very much. We will go to the auditorium.
At the con microphone.
Paul Moore, Blueberry Lane. A lot of us moved to Concord for a balanced town, not a city. The Boston Globe ran an article yesterday. Apparently there's 3,500 new housing units, of which Concord will absorb a significant number. So right now there's several major parcels of land in play. There's MCI, 2229 Main Street, the toxic nuclear polluted site. There's several hundred new units already going in on Route 62 just over the line in Maynard. There's the Baker Avenue Enclave, the Peabody Land, there's the MBTA half-mile and railroad station catchment area for development. West Concord is set to get hammered. As far as I can tell, there's been no impact study regarding wider roads, traffic lights, water, sewer, fire, police, how many new students are going to come in with all these new housing units, and the cost of expanding our schools, and how many tens of millions of dollars that's going to take. So what I think we need to do here is to get clarity on the impact of all this development or proposed impact before we start greasing the skids for radically increasing the population of the town. Until we get that clarity, I urge people to vote no.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone in the gymnasium.
Linda Neiman, 59 Mallard. I'm co-coordinator of the Concord chapter of Mothers Out Front, speaking on behalf of Mothers Out Front Concord. For those folks who don't know, Mothers Out Front is a nonprofit organization focused on a livable climate for all children. Why, you may ask, is a climate organization interested in parking articles? As our climate warms, we will experience rainstorms of increasing intensity with flooding from stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces like parking lots. We've heard a lot about stormwater drainage recently. Making efficient use of the private parking lots we already have, rather than pouring more asphalt over green space, would make Concord more resilient to climate change impacts. Mothers Out Front Concord recommends a yes vote on this article. Speaking for myself, I want to thank the Finance Committee for having this nice booklet with the financial information at the back. I found it very interesting. We all know, and especially if you read that the town really needs more sources of revenue aside from property taxes, and so anything we can do to help businesses and be more dynamic as a town would benefit the community as a whole. So this modest zoning change would help Concord be more flexible in its businesses and bring dynamism to our town. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Connie Levine, Stowe Street.
Ms. Levine?
I heard you mention something about shared parking with a two-family, and I didn't really understand that because I thought this was limited to commercial items, and two families usually have their own parking as part of their two-family or three-family, so I don't get that. And the other thing I think that's a concern to me is, you know, I saw all the options for the MCI land, and a lot of that is going to be, proposing commercial. So it seems to me that you should stick with your existing rules and not put this shared parking in until those are established, because you could really run into trouble, without really knowing what's going there, and having shared parking could enable places to be really overwhelming, places like West Concord, if people were sharing parking and don't have the allocated number that the zoning board usually requires when a building is done. I think maybe you would just wait.
Thank you. Do you want to answer the question about the two-family house, Mr. Giddings?
Yeah, first of all,
Mr. Giddings, you need to get closer to the microphone for us. Thanks.
as I mentioned 2 minutes ago, it's not about residential areas whatsoever. It's all about commercial. Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, do we have anyone in the auditorium? I don't see anyone.
We do not.
Okay, let's go to the pro microphone in the gymnasium.
Elizabeth Olson Mikowski, 1741 Wedgwood Common.
Yes.
I would like to, I support this because I agree with what Linda Neiman expressed on behalf of Mothers Out Front, that using our very valuable real estate for parking is not a wise use of our land, frankly. And so there are towns and cities that are eliminating parking minimums altogether, and I feel like this is a very small step and a very like Concord-sized step because we don't do things quickly. We do things thoughtfully in this town. And we want to grow at our own pace, and I think this is a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Sven Weber, 50 Belknap, and I have a couple of questions. And perhaps next town meeting we have a question mark, Mike. That would help.
It was suggested that we didn't have one.
Okay.
But, we'll
so
try
I have a
that.
couple. So I'm confused with the statement. It has nothing to do with residential, but it says here, jointly in any zoning district. So doesn't that include residential or mixed zoning?
No.
So that.
This zoning only applies to businesses.
So.
Mr. Giddings, a little closer to the microphone for
This applies only to businesses.
Okay, I'm reading here right now a 7724, jointly in any zoning district. So that reads for me to any zoning district.
But it applies only to businesses within those districts.
Okay, well, interesting to see. And mixed zoning has nothing to do with that.
That's correct.
And also not with future changes coming. I know there's a hearing coming up for changes you're planning. So anything that is currently discussed on upcoming changes would not be included here.
That's correct. As everybody knows, there's probably going to be a lot of changes that come up with MCI and all these other projects going on.
Okay, and then the final question now, you added that if there's a change in tenant, then the building commissioner is involved to review. The tenant needs to sign something and the building commissioner is reviewing it. So does that generate a significant burden to the building commissioner to each time review a new tenant in these different districts?
That's correct.
Okay, okay, that will generate a lot of work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Theo Kinnemans, 252 Fairhaven Road. I'm the current chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals, but I would like to speak on behalf of myself.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. This really is a very straightforward zoning amendment. It's all about right-sizing parking that we just don't want to build, as previous speakers have said. We don't want to build more parking than we really need. And what was laid out here tonight is there's a heavy burden on an applicant to do quite a bit of work to make sure that they come up with the right numbers. Currently, it's an arbitrary number in the zoning bylaw that doesn't give any flexibility, and a couple of examples have been mentioned here of where there was just too much parking. Too much parking was built, and that's just because people couldn't, or the applicant couldn't combine certain uses. So I mean, it's such a simple, straightforward amendment that, you know, we would like to build less parking than we would like to pay for less than we really need. And, you know, I think this zoning amendment would help with that. So please vote yes.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Carol Savoy, 61 Belknap Street.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Article 37 is being called modernization, but in reality, it's a developer-friendly change that removes important checks and community oversight. Right now, Concord allows up to 50% of required parking to be joint or off-site, already a fair balance. Article 37 would eliminate the cap entirely for even residential parts of mixed-use buildings, letting up to 100% of parking be joint or off-site. This creates real problems. First, joint parking assumes perfect coordination, which isn't realistic. Staff shifts, deliveries, and customer traffic often overlap. A cafe opens 7 to 2 and a restaurant open 12 to 9 may both need parking from 11 to 3, overloading spaces and pushing cars onto nearby streets. Secondly, there's no plan for dedicated 24-hour mixed-use residential parking. With Concord's winter parking ban, families and seniors could be left walking blocks in snow and ice. Third, enforcement is weak. If a lease changes, the building commissioner just checks paperwork. There's no public notice, no proactive oversight. Complaints are the only trigger, and the bar for action is high. Environmental claims are also overstated. Parking demand doesn't disappear. With proper planning, it can create more stress on neighborhoods and the environment without proper planning. Real improvements would come from investments in transit and bike lanes, not removing parking rules. Concord isn't facing a massive paving threat, and simply reassigning spaces doesn't create rain gardens or stormwater solutions. And when parking isn't available, cars circle looking for it, creating more traffic, more exhaust, and more greenhouse gas emissions. If they can't find parking, they leave. That's bad for our environment and our local businesses. We've already seen these problems with Concord Academy parking waiver, overflowing complaints that have gone unaddressed for 17 months. And if you tried to find a spot in front of the library lately, you know how painful it is. Joint parking is already allowed with limits and oversight. Article 37 removes those limits. That's not modernization. That's a risky loophole. Please vote no on Article 37. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have someone at the con microphone here in the auditorium.
All right, let's go to the auditorium.
Please introduce yourself.
Will Andrews, 83 Grant Street.
Mr. Andrews.
I would like to draw your attention to an historical perspective of why we should avoid any changes that could make the parking and traffic congestion in the Concord Depot area any worse than it is. Concord, the first and apart from Salem, the only town in Massachusetts not named after a town in England, has a unique place in American history and the birth of our democracy. Its name was chosen in 1635 for the desired harmonious and peaceful agreement for the purchase of land from the natives who lived here. 10 years from now, we will be celebrating Concord's 400th anniversary. In 2044, 19 years from now, the Concord Depot will be 200 years old. The advent of the railroad had a profound impact on our rural community, not only by connecting it to the outside world, but also with the introduction of time zones, changing the way people measured time and organized their lives. The Concord Depot also served as an important stopping point in the anti-slavery movement before the Civil War. One of the areas most affected by the proposed changes is the Concord Depot, which was once home to the author Henry David Thoreau and the sculptor of the Minuteman statue, Daniel Chester French. With the arrival of the railroad in 1844, Thoreau helped his father build a house and a pencil-making workshop close to 156 Belknap Street, and soon after built his cabin on Walden Pond, a 30-minute walk along the track from Belknap Street. My wife and I chose to move to Concord 37 years ago because those who came before us had preserved its charm, its character, its history, and its integrity. We must do no less for those who come after us. The proposed parking changes may appear minor, but their bottom line is largely profit. Many towns in Massachusetts have been destroyed by their disregard for history. Once a heritage is lost, it is gone forever. Please vote no on Articles 37 and 44. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that there are some clarifications coming from Elizabeth Hughes, our town planner.
Madam Moderator, thank you. Couple of clarifying questions on the wording where the bylaw says joint parking in any zone district. You cannot, unfortunately, take one section of the zoning bylaw, which is what's printed in the warrant or the briefing book, and completely separate it out from the rest of this bylaw. All of the sections interact and interlace together. So yes, in any zone district, as far as joint parking and joint uses, somebody could, in a business district, have two different business uses that are listed in Table 1 of the zoning bylaw and do an hour-by-hour analysis. To a previous comment, overlapping of two businesses that have different hours is taken into consideration in that hour-by-hour analysis. So that is already addressed in that factual data. The joint uses for residential, mixed use is a residential use. It is not a business use. So business uses under that business use table of Table 1, you would have different uses that would do that hour-by-hour analysis. 2 residential units are just 2 residential units. They require 2 parking spaces each. There's no joint parking. Even if you had 10 residential units, it's 2 spaces for each residential unit. There is no joint parking of residential. That's one use. They would be required to meet the parking requirements for that use. And one further comment, a comment was made about Concord Academy. Concord Academy is one use, it's an educational use. They do not have joint parking. Concord Academy went through Zoning Board of Appeals for relief from parking, which is different than joint parking. What's being proposed tonight is joint parking based on the hour-by-hour factual analysis. Concord Academy, yes, over the last 17 months has been constructing the Centennial Arts Center. They have I think it's a 38-space parking lot that was not being used. If everybody, understandably, the issue with public parking on the street, Concord Academy has had a construction project almost every other year for the last 10 years. Then it was the umbrella, then it was the library. So that is different. What Concord Academy has is not joint parking.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Eric Van Loon, Martha's Point. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, I see we have a second. Once again, the motion to end debate and proceed to a vote is non-debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your paper voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That carries by well more than 2/3 here in the gymnasium. What's it look like in the auditorium, Mr. Banfield?
Well more than 2/3 here.
All right, we'll proceed to a vote. Could we have the voting screen, please? And a 30-second timer, please. And please proceed to vote. This article does require a 2/3 vote. Okay, can we close the window, please? Well, it looks like the article has failed. It did not achieve a 2/3 vote. Vote is 137 to 80. So it is shy of 2/3. And I do so declare. We have addressed Articles 38, 39, and 40 on the consent calendar, and we will proceed now to Article 41. Could we have the presentation for Article 41 up? Okay, see the motion here is that Mr. Dane moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 41 as printed in the warrant. Could we have a second for the motion, please? Thank you. I see that we have one.
I hope I'm not the only person here who's still awake. I have a zoning bylaw change, which is something on a subject that everyone here can understand. It is very simple. It's a very simple issue, and that is facilitating the improvement of cell phone service in areas of the town that are now underserved. Not only is it an issue that everyone can understand, but the change that I suggest be made changes one sentence in an 8-page bylaw. So the issue is quite simple. There is an 8-page zoning bylaw that was passed originally in 1998, which strictly limited the conditions under which cell towers or cell facilities could be built. That was amended a number of times, and in 2019, a map which is now in front of you on the screen limited the areas in which cell facilities could be built. Those areas were that curved segment, which is the Route 2 corridor. It included the town DPW site. It included the Middlesex School. It included a Nurse Neck Hill. And it included no other sites that were viable close to the center of Concord. I have been working since before I was on the select board, that was about 5 years ago, to try and get the town to move forward in improving cell service. That has been frustrated for many reasons during that period of time, and virtually no progress has been made. But the one thing that we can do is give the Zoning Board of Appeals greater authority to decide that a site is appropriate and that it can be done without reference to this map, which prohibits a cell tower in almost every site that would serve the center of Concord better than it is served now. And it would also relieve the Zoning Board of Appeals from needing to have expert scientific studies to show that there is a gap or a deficiency in coverage, which is a fact that is obvious to everybody who's sitting here, that there is a gap in coverage. There are many things that the Zoning Board of Appeals can waive under the zoning bylaw that we seek to amend, but one of them under the current bylaw is not the one that allows such a facility to be built outside of the area on the this map. So the change that I'm asking be made is a very simple change in the one sentence of one paragraph of the zoning bylaw to provide, number one, that expert testimony is not required to determine that there's a gap in coverage, and that the Zoning Board of Appeals, if it believes that the facility can be built without derogating from the intent or purpose of the bylaw in a location that is not shown on the 2019 map, it may so decide. Other requirements still apply. Historic district commissions, wetlands, and so on, all would still apply, but this would mean that at least there would be an opportunity to approve a facility in a location that might be suitable. None of the current proposals now, such as the site at the town waste facility, will offer coverage that will improve the service in the Concord Center. This is a matter of importance for public safety, for the conduct of business, for the promotion of our cultural and historic resources by not allowing people to get information about products, about services, about directions. You have to drive halfway to Bedford to get directions on your cell phone about going to a place in West Concord. And if you get hit by a car in a crosswalk on Walden and Main Street, you got to send a postcard to get an ambulance. So,
Mr. Dane, are you working on wrapping it up?
I'm done. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay. All right. I will note that the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 41, and the Planning Board recommends no action, and you will find an explanation of the Planning Board's recommendation on page 122 in the briefing book. So we'll open the floor now to questions.
Madam Moderator, I believe that a member of the Select Board has
oh, yes, you are correct.
some observations
Yes.
to make on this particular proposal.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Dane.
McKennett.
We'll hear from Mr. McKennett.
Great. Hi, thanks everybody. Cameron McKennett on the Select Board. I'll keep it quick here as we're getting into the late hours. As many of us know, cell phone coverage in Concord is insufficient, and it's a pain point. One obstacle that we have as we continue to explore options is the zoning bylaw that does impose the severe limits as to where cell phone infrastructure can be placed. So really to provide more flexibility, I think Henry has brought forth this citizens petition to amend the zoning bylaw, which is really to make it easier to close significant gaps in coverage and make sure that we do that in a responsible way, so it still maintains that there has to be no detriment to the neighborhood where anything would be located. So the Select Board has voted unanimously to support this article. We believe the proposed amendment supports our goals to responsibly enable cell phone infrastructure. So I would encourage you to vote yes to approve this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And now we'll open the floor for questions and comments. Let's start with the pro microphone over here in the gymnasium.
I actually have a point of order.
Okay.
The motion is take affirmative action on Article 41 as printed in the warrant. I just looked at the warrant and I'm pretty sure that it's the same as is printed in the briefing book, but the last line of the amendment is, or take any other action relative thereto. I don't think or take any other action relative thereto is part of the bylaw. I suspect it was meant to be part of the motion, or part of the original article.
Yes, it was, but we have advice from town council that we're fine moving a fairly clear article as printed in the warrant if the only thing is that tagline there. So thank you for the point of order. Let's go to the con microphone in the gymnasium.
Gail Heyer, 54 Nancy Road.
Ms. Heyer?
Bad laws value special interests over human interests. As an environmental attorney, I help clients work within existing laws to accomplish objectives and resolve disputes. My personal views on a good or bad law are irrelevant, so I feel especially privileged to attend town meeting where I can make laws based on community values and my personal beliefs. A wireless communications bylaw is necessarily constrained because of a bad law, the Federal Telecommunications Act, Section 704. This section prohibits local regulation based on environmental effects, which courts have interpreted to include human health effects. Thousands of scientists and doctors worldwide believe non-ionizing radiation causes human health effects. A new World Health Organization-funded review just concluded with high certainty that RF radiation causes 2 types of cancer. If you'd like to live near a cell tower, I suggest that you Google Verizon cell tower, Pittsfield, Mass, microwave sickness. The 704 prohibition was not added because extensive studies demonstrated wireless towers and devices were safe. It was added in the 90s, before 3G or 4G or 5G or iPhones or Xbox or AirPods, to promote industry. And boy, did that law work. Today, our lives are basically controlled by technology, and many are addicted to the convenience of wireless. At home, we can favor wired technology and avoid wireless if we do not live near a tower. Our schools, unfortunately, are drinking the Kool-Aid, promoting wireless, and surrounding our children with Wi-Fi signal boosters. As private property owners and stewards of public land and buildings, we may choose whether and where to enter contracts with wireless providers. Any law that limits science-based decisions and reduces public oversight of tower siting, as this amendment would do, is a bad law.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the pro microphone in the gymnasium.
Benjamin Baron Blatt, 102 Sudbury Road.
Mr. Black.
Baron Blatt, Madam Moderator.
Yes.
I hope that my fellow residents will join me in support of Article 41. A reliable, universal cellular service grows more essential every year for the well-being of bikers, pedestrians, persons with epilepsy, and too many others to list. It further promotes tourism, keeping property taxes down and keeping Concord's center vibrant. Wireless communication facilities do not cause cancer. I understand that a 2020 paper by Xie et al. Raised doubts as to the safety of mobile phones. However, that analysis was retracted after other researchers found it riddled with errors. Other rigorous meta-analyses have found that if indeed mobile phones are carcinogenic, the risk is borne by the users of those phones, not by simply living near a cell tower. Furthermore, through 20+ years of widespread cell phone usage in the United States, not a single claim of legal damages against a cell service provider has ever held up in court. Expanded cellular service eases access to 911. Its public health effect will be positive, not negative. Having lived in poorly regulated municipalities, I am no stranger to the eyesore of omnipresent cell towers, and in fact, the quiet visual landscape of Concord is part of why I moved here in the first place. However, I trust the Zoning Board of Appeals to preserve the visual character of our town. Article 41 is not a vote for cell towers on every roof. It is a vote for sparse, well-placed antennas to meet the emergency communication needs of our residents and visitors.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone in the gymnasium.
Don Kupka, 39 Devon Street.
Mr. Kupka.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I applaud the effort to get better cell service in town. Absolutely, we need it. No question about it. I took a look at the FCC's safety site to understand what's what, and all the data that says that it's okay to be near a cell tower says if that antenna is at least 50 feet above the point at which you're taking a measurement. Why is that? Because of the beam that goes out straight in front of it. You're clear, you do not want to be in the line of the beam. So do we want to have, now considering that we have homes that are third floor bedrooms, 30, 40 feet in the air, do we want to have a tower that's at least 70, 80, 90 feet tall as Emerson Hospital we heard earlier, in order to comply with the safety data from the FCC? If we can't rely on the FCC's safety data, I'd love to see some other safety data that I haven't found it yet. I looked at the FCC because they also have a map of all the 140,000 cell towers in America, and I thought I'm going to see Concord as an island and everybody else has them. Well, guess what? All the towns that have great service, they don't have them either. They have small cell. Cell towers are hardly being built anymore because small cell has replaced it. It's a much lower power for dense residential areas. You have cell towers on highways and small cell inside cities and towns. All of our neighboring towns have them. We have a bylaw that allows it. We have never issued an RFP for a small cell developer. Yet just this past month, AT&T proposed to install small cell on Sudbury Road of their own volition. I say, yay, let's do that before we build towers that nobody else has in their towns. And let's encourage AT&T, Verizon, and others to install small cell, which is the appropriate solution in a densely residential area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pro microphone.
Hello, Jennifer Shinneman, 712 Monument Street.
Ms. Shinneman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would strongly ask that my fellow citizens and residents support this very simple, straightforward, and logical warrant. I cannot believe I live in a town that is in the dark ages when it comes to modern communication. The fact that we had to import temporary cell service in order to host the 250th anniversary of the Shot Heard Round the World is absolutely ridiculous. I was a big part of the group that responded to the COVID epidemic, Concord Together. And one of the major obstacles to our businesses who were trying to survive a pandemic was they could not access internet service in the center of town. So restaurants who were trying to survive by offering QR codes that people could order from. That was useless because you couldn't get cell service. Kids cannot contact their parents from school because they can't get cell service. Individual everyday life. I'll be driving through town and want to make a phone call to go pick up lunch for my family. Can't be done. And most concerning to me is the real risk for public safety. We all know that at the tree lighting ceremony a couple of years ago, there was a medical emergency and the fire chief had to step away and walk down the road so he could call for help. That is simply unacceptable. And I really applaud Mr. Dane for taking a simple step to try to solve what is a very real problem in so many aspects of our town. So please, this is such an easy thing to do. Please vote for this warrant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Louise Berliner, 179 Independence Road.
Ms. Berliner.
So first of all, I'm really amazed that I think people are misunderstanding what this is. There's been an edit, basically, to a bylaw. This is not going to enable cell towers to proliferate in our town. So basically, I was surprised by these edits made to the original bylaw requirements. I believe Mr. Dane misunderstands the purpose of that part of the bylaw, as his edits delete the checks and balances that were instituted for the well-being of the town. And these are checks and balances on the power of one board. So I'm not quite sure why he would eliminate the oversight of the planning board and a qualified independent consultant, as well as the submittal of a qualified technical consultant. These are pretty basic and straightforward requirements. Certainly the planning board must think so, as they are not supporting this article and a change to the bylaw. So I would urge you all to vote no for this article. And again, I'm saying that this simple change is not going to change the status of cell towers in Concord. Basically, what it's going to do is give the zoning board a little bit more power than they've had and no oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody in the auditorium, Mr.
We
Banfield?
have no one at the microphones here.
Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Janet Miller, 1647 Main Street.
Ms. Miller?
I don't want to repeat what people in front of me have said.
Thank you.
But, you know, the safety of radiation, I mean, it varies with the energy of the radiation. Yes, gamma rays are really, really bad. The radiation used to power cell phones is very low energy. You're exposed in this room to more energetic electromagnetic radiation. It's called light. And who goes out in the sun? And sun, yes, sun can cause cancer, but what I want to say is the safety concerns of being able to access emergency services way outweigh any risk of the radiation.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the con microphone.
Connie Levine, Stowe Street. I live across from Emerson Field, and I have perfect cell reception. I have a booster in my home office, and I've never not been able to get anyone. So I think that people are exaggerating how bad the cell service is, because I'm like 1 block from Walden Street. But anyway, I think the main reason that, you know, you shouldn't be removing things like experts and stuff is that there are built-in dimensions away from people's houses and children and stuff that are preventing the cell towers from going up in places where they may be dangerous to people. And I think that's losing protection by this article, because it's important. If someone was going to put a cell tower next to your house, you know, would you say, oh, that's all right? You know, somebody on the board said it was okay. I don't think that's right. I think there's, you know, the person that said the small cell things could work. I think we should not, you know, open people up to having these cell towers near their homes, near Concord Center, because there's a lot of homes there, including the moderator's home, so.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Hi, Kristen Tollfree, 1400 Lowell Road. And I have just a short story. When I first moved here 3 years ago, the first week I lived here, I went to Starbucks to get a beverage, and I was then trying to get to the library, which is only a few blocks away. And I did not know how to get there and could not access GPS on my phone, so had to drive several miles in the wrong direction to get that to work. And I just couldn't believe that that was the situation in Concord. I moved here from rural Connecticut and did not ever have that problem before. So I just think that it is an issue, and obviously we need to do something to make it happen. It is ridiculous that in 2025, there is no cell service in town center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Hugh McCrory, 59 Lee Drive.
Mr. McCrory.
Thank you. So I understand this is a citizens petitioner modification to zoning again. Can't hear. Oh, it's coming across quite loud where I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Super. So while I respect the efforts of Mr. Dane to improve self-service, I guess I would be curious from the select board, do they have any data on what the problem is? I know they're not initiating this article, but it seems to be the solution to a lot of technical problems in our town is change zoning law. So personally, I don't have a problem when in terms of getting a signal when I move around Concord. I've lived here for 13 years. So I'd be curious if there's any data on where the problems are and which cell phone providers typically have that problem. So is that data available?
Well, let's see.
From the town or the select board?
Okay. Ms. Zamuto, our deputy town manager, is going to come and take that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Megan Zamuto, Deputy Town Manager. We do have coverage information on gaps in coverage and that kind of information that you're seeking on our town webpage. The main areas that we have gaps are Concord Center, Route 2 Concord Carlisle area where we're building a cell tower, hopefully soon. And also there's some coverage gaps in West Concord. In the center, the two main carriers that there are gaps are for Verizon and AT&T.
Okay, I'm not a customer with those providers, so maybe that explains part of the problem. I wanted to respond to another point that was made recently about cell phone coverage as well by a previous speaker. One of the reasons for the extra tower in Concord Centre for the 250 was due to the increased load of cell phones in the town at that point. It wasn't just because of lack of cell phone coverage. So I would make that point. I am all for better cell phone coverage. Changing the zoning law, I don't think is a good first step to doing that. It just seems to be the solution to lots of problems here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the pro microphone.
William Kaiser, 8 Middle Street.
Yes, sir.
There's been a lot of disinformation about this topic and the tabloids, conspiracy theories, all this kind of stuff. I would just like to point out for the record that there was no strong evidence that cell towers cause cancer. That's based on hard investigative studies by the National Institute of Health, the American Cancer Society, and the National Cancer Institute, all reputable firms and outfits, and they have found no association.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Eric Van Loon, Martha's Point Road, the home of calling the question, which I would like to do.
I see that we already have a second. Once again, this is a non-debatable motion to terminate debate and proceed to a vote, and it requires 2/3. Everybody who's in favor, please raise your ballots. Thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, so that passes by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. What's it look like in the auditorium, Mr.
It is
Banfield?
the same here, well more than 2/3.
All right, could we have the voting screen, please, and a 30-second window? And please proceed to vote. This does require a 2/3 vote. All right, let's go ahead and close the window. Well, so the result is it fails. It's very close, but it fails. Okay, and I do so declare. We have addressed Articles 42 and 43 on the consent calendar, and we'll now proceed to Article 44.
Mike Lawson, 1695 Lowell Road, Chair of the Economic Vitality Committee.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I petitioned the moderator to allow me to change the title of this article from a parking zoning article to free ice cream for everybody, but she was not very accommodating. So this article is as printed in the briefing book. And here is the article itself, and I want you to pay, if you can, particular attention to the language. So in commercial districts, of which the town has 4, a change in use from one permitted business use to another permitted business use that does not increase the square footage of the use or commercial space shall not be required to provide additional parking. This is an attempt to streamline the permitting processes for business coming to town. The goal is to do that while still recognizing the concerns that neighbors have about potential increases in traffic and on-street parking, as we heard when we were discussing Article 37. We were the benefits of a lot of good input at public hearings that allowed us to amend our article from what was printed in the warrant to what's printed in the briefing book to narrow its scope. We did that first we had considered using residential use as part of the change in business use, and we struck that because we thought that needed more study, particular concerns about overnight parking. We also added a restriction that there could be no increase in the square footage of the business. So what we're talking about is changes in use from one type of business, like a clothing store, replacing another type of business, like a barber shop, all right? If it's one barber shop replacing another barber shop, they're grandfathered and no parking requirements are necessary. So it's just changes in permitted use that triggers the need for a parking study. The parking study takes time and costs money, and requests for a waiver are time-consuming and expensive, and the ZBA routinely grants these waivers because in our business districts, individual business units have no space to add parking in Concord business districts. So here is a map you'll recognize as an aerial shot of downtown Concord, and that's the parking lot behind off Walden Street. And you can see in the parking lot and along the public street, it's full. And if I was required to get more parking spaces for my new business coming to Concord, where exactly would I put them? Where you see empty parking that is behind, further behind is the Fritz and Gigi parking lot. The one at the bottom right is the post office parking lot. And at the very top corner is the parking lot that's kind of behind the flower shop, Copper Penny Flowers there. So the problem is that even if new parking is required by a parking study, the businesses in these business districts literally have no way to comply with that. So the consequences is because of the permitting process and the costs, you can have extended storefront vacancies. As I said, the permitting process is long. It impacts small independent businesses and impacts the viability of historic properties and undermines the viability of properties limiting activity. So this has nothing to do with development or expansion or growth. This is in the business districts that you know them and you shop in them. They're very constrained. So eliminating parking requirements, which does not create parking spaces between permitted changes in business use within business districts, when again, there's no change in essentially the footprint of the business. They can't knock down walls and make their business bigger. Positive impacts boost business income and town revenues by keeping storefronts full, preserves the historic character of the neighborhood, supports sustainability, encourages business growth without changing building structures, and removes a regulatory hurdle that actually has no impact. Because we have excluded residential uses and because we have excluded any increase in square footage, we believe that this article will not negatively impact the residential neighborhood. So I urge your support for Article 44 as printed in the briefing book. Sorry I ran over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawson. Could we have a second for the motion, please? Thank you very much. We'll hear from the Select Board recommends affirmative action on this article, and we will hear from Ms. Hartman.
Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green, member of the Select Board, speaking on their behalf.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll be quick. This article preserves the vitality of our town villages by making it easier for new businesses to come to replace existing storefronts. None of us wants to see empty storefronts in our villages, yet outdated parking requirements make it much more difficult to attract shopkeepers to town. Without these small businesses, we lose tax revenues, we lose the services they provide, and we weaken some of our town's character. Sometimes we need to make changes in order to stay the same. This article is about protecting what we have. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 44.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartman. The Planning Board voted 4-3 to recommend affirmative action on Article 44, as printed in the briefing book. And the members of the Planning Board recognize both the pros and cons of the article, and the split vote by the board represents the members' individual views. The board unanimously agreed that town meeting needed to debate the article, weigh the benefits and potential consequences, and decide what it values as a community. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. Anyone in the auditorium?
We have someone approaching the pro microphone.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Hi there. I'm Nika Engberg at 62 Church Street in West Concord.
Ms. Engberg.
And I'd like to speak in favor of this article. Part of the reason I moved to Concord, and I think from hearing what some of my fellow citizens said tonight, part of the reason they moved here as well is because of the charm of Concord, because of the walkability of Concord, the storefronts, everything like that. And you know, both the center of Concord and West Concord offer this, and it's a huge benefit. And you know, I don't want to live in a strip mall. I don't want to have to walk past barren parking lots in the winter in the snow to be able to go to a local business. And I'm concerned that if we have parking restrictions in place that, you know, force out businesses that would otherwise be walkable to, ones that are really well suited to our town centers, you know, I think that's going to be deleterious for the town itself. So I guess the only other thing I want to mention is, if you build parking spaces in town, that is how people will get to businesses. People will drive to businesses. If you build bike paths, if you build pedestrian ways, if you make it easy for folks to approach businesses by other methods of transport, that is how people will get to those businesses. And I think that we want town centers that have that charm, and part of that charm is their walkability. We don't look like a strip mall, and we don't want to look like a strip mall. So I would urge a yes vote on this article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Foley from 235 Sudbury Road.
Ms. Foley.
Hi, when I first read this, I was shocked that there was even some consideration that a restaurant that is the same square footage as the bookstore that was there before does not need more parking. It's absurd to even think that. We live in the Thoreau area. We had a bookstore in the Depot area. It left, a huge restaurant came in. Of course they need more parking. Of course they brought more traffic to the area. And we can't park. This is about use and the number of customers that are coming to a business. It's not about the square footage. And we were talking earlier about joint parking, and if there was a change use, that would have to go before. But this one here doesn't have to. I'm so confused by it. It's all about the use. The size of the building really doesn't matter. And I don't see any empty storefronts in Concord. And when I asked why we would do this at a public meeting, I was told, well, the zoning board's just going to let them do it anyway. So we might as well just put it there. I don't know why we have to make it easier for businesses to come to Concord. We're a very special town. And part of our character is, in fact, the planning board and the zoning board that's been working really hard for years to make our business areas look so charming and nice. And if you are a bookstore and you leave and you only need 2 parking spots, and a restaurant comes in and they need 30, it doesn't make sense. And I live in that area, and I have been affected by it. I would ask people tonight, when you vote, to pretend that you live in the Depot area or in Concord Center or in West Concord, and I think you'd feel differently about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker at the con microphone.
Carol Savoy, 61 Belknap Street.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Article 44 may sound like a small zoning change, but it would eliminate an important layer of review that protects Concord village centers from congestion and overdevelopment. Specifically, this article removes the requirement to provide new parking when a business use changes, even if the new business brings significantly more traffic. That's a big problem, because not all businesses have equal parking needs. For example, a 2,000 square foot bookstore and a 2,000 square foot restaurant require very different parking volumes. When La Provence became Karma, customer traffic and takeout volume soared, but no new parking was added. The same happened when Woods Hill Table replaced West Concord Market. Longer hours, more staff, more customers, but no additional parking. Right now, changes in use trigger planning and zoning board review. Article 44 would eliminate that review, removing transparency and public input. That means a quiet flower or bookshop could become a high-volume gym, salon, or cafe without notice, without review, and without added parking. This change rewards high-traffic uses while bypassing infrastructure planning. It opens the door to clusters of busy businesses with no increase in parking capacity at a time when parking is already tight in village centers. Supporters say, well, waivers are usually granted anyway, so why not skip the process? But that review process is exactly what lets the town assess real impact. It's not just red tape, it's oversight, and it's working. Let's not remove a safeguard just because it's inconvenient. The current system allows for flexibility and accountability. Let's keep it that way. Let's support small business without undermining public oversight and good planning. Please vote no on Article 44. And my last 4 seconds, in that slide, you showed the post office. You can't park in the post office, it's government property. So that is, not excess parking. I just wanted to make that point on the slide with the aerial view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Hi, Rosa Hallowell, 19 Sudbury Road.
Ms. Hallowell.
I think this is a great idea, and here's why. Here in Concord, we do have a vibrant downtown center. Has anybody been to Harvard Square lately? Anybody been to Lexington lately? You know, if we really want more banks and realtors, we can stick with this. But we are an exception to the rule, and it's fabulous. And I also want to add, I live in the center. I live at that house that you all turn around in my driveway because you're looking for parking. So if anybody's going to object to this, it's me. And you know what? I love Concord Center. And we are in the midst of a time that small businesses are absolutely screwed. And if we're going to have them, and we're not going to be a town center that's just realtors and just banks, we need to make it easier. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
William Kaiser, 8 Middle Street. In the interest of time, I would just like to echo my previously expressed concerns that this article like this is going to increase traffic and congestion and more residential street parking with all of the adverse side effects I talked about earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the auditorium, Mr. Banfield?
Well, we did not, but we have someone rising, so just 1 second.
Okay.
Ms. Dritt.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. There's no perfect solution for parking. Please don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. This is a good plan to stop overbuilding parking. It won't solve all the parking problems, but it will help, and it's better than what we have now. This one isn't going to add any more parking. It's not going to add, it will allow, when the tavern, the 99 Tavern left, it was grandfathered in as a restaurant. It doesn't have parking. Any new restaurant can come in there, grandfathered in, under the current bylaw. But if a gym or if a health clinic wanted to use that property when the 99 went out of business, they couldn't without going through all kinds of, without adding probably a great number of mess of parking that you can't add. So that's why the buildings would go bad. I urge us to vote in favor of this.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Linda Neiman, 59 Mallard Drive. I want to thank everyone for lasting this long. It's quite a marathon. I think this small zoning change, it is small, would really benefit Concord. Right now, if we say no, you're basically saying to businesses, you have to build a bigger parking lot if you want to change the type of business, and there's no space. And then when you require parking, you encourage people that the only way that they can get to that business is by car, thereby increasing traffic. You're basically inducing demand. If you make it so that people have choices, then more people will walk and bike to a business. So I'm in favor of this because it provides more flexibility in the businesses that can be in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the con microphone.
Connie Levine, Stowe Street. I think it is important to look at what type of a business is replacing another business. I also think that what's really needed, I remember they used to always say, well, a bank needed at least 5 parking spaces. I don't really know. I've never really seen the list of how many places are required to have parking spaces, but I think that it would behoove the town to take a look at that and see how reasonable it is, because it could be that some places that have changed businesses may require fewer and other ones might be more, and it might be more balanced rather than just, just not even bothering with it. I think it is important for the reason of like a restaurant replacing a bookstore. That's a big change.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Theo Killemans, 252 Fairhaven Road, Chairman of the ZBA, speaking on behalf of myself.
Please proceed.
The discussion here tonight is at the microphones is focused on parking, but I do think it's really, this article was brought forward by the Economic Vitality Commission, and it really is not a parking issue. It's an economic vitality issue. We want to make sure that we remove as many obstacles for new businesses to come into town as we can. And, you know, keep that in mind, that it's not about 1 or 2 or 3 parking spaces. It's like, you know, let's get some businesses in town. Let's increase our tax base, and let's not have empty storefronts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, here's Mr. Van Loon. I wonder what he's going to do.
95 Martha's Point Road, where it's bedtime. I'd like to call the question.
All right, I see we have a second. And once again, non-debatable, 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ending debate and proceeding to a vote, thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that carries by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium?
We're unanimous over here.
You're unanimous over there, okay. Could we have the voting screen, please? Thank you very much. Could we have a 30-second timer, and we will proceed to vote. Okay, let's close the window. All right, so this is a 2/3 vote, and it has passed by a vote of 136 to 36. And I do so declare. Oh, was it 135? Wait, okay, all right. We'll now proceed to Article 45. Could we have the motion up, please?
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street in Concord, speaking on behalf of the Concord Housing Foundation.
Mr. Johnson.
So our Article 45 is an attempt to improve our affordable housing production in Concord. We currently kind of have an engine that has many different cylinders running to try to create affordable housing, and one of them has a bad spark plug. So what we're doing here is we have 3 ways to produce housing, affordable housing in Concord today. One's public funding, so like the Affordable Housing Trust or Community Preservation Act monies that can be contributed to generate housing. The next is zoning requirements. If you want to build mixed-use housing in Concord or assisted living, you need to provide affordable units as part of the zoning. Same thing is true of the MBTA overlay district. The third way is where we just provide incentives to developers. So for better or for worse, when we fall below the 10% of affordable units according to the state, Chapter 40B incents a developer to be able to violate zoning bylaws and put units wherever they want to, as long as they offer affordability. In the case that I'm talking about tonight, it's for planned residential developments, cluster developments. And for those, we have an incentive to allow extra units to be offered to the developer, twice as many units as they would otherwise be able to develop on the lot. The problem is that today, they have to provide low income as their first unit on that property. And PRDs tend to be relatively small, so it would really be a barrier for creating that one unit. In the last 15 years, we've created about 53 PRD units in what I'd call conventional developments, meaning those that weren't explicitly affordable or had other criteria that were driving them, like an alternative PRD in the Thorough area, in the limited business district. But we've only gotten 3 affordable units, and recently it's really gone down to nothing. So how can we get developers to offer more? Because it's been a concern. The subdivisions are taking hold more than PRDs itself. So we're not alone with this problem. There was an article in the Boston Globe last month talking about how they're struggling to create affordable units. The numbers aren't working anymore. So what we're suggesting here is to relax the requirements a little bit, to instead get some housing rather than no housing out of this by giving the bonus if they do a moderately affordable unit rather than a low-income unit. So of course, we've improved our low-income housing in Concord thanks to the 40Bs. We have limited number of units that are available at moderate level, especially ownership units. So what we would do here, current bylaw says that the first unit has to be low for 10% of the units. The next one can be starter priced housing. And what we're going to suggest is instead, the first one could be starter price housing and then moderate. So what would that mean? Well, maximum unit prices based upon 2025 numbers show that starter priced unit could sell for $373,000 if it's a 1-bedroom, whereas to buy it down to a low income unit, it would be $263,000. So that means the developer would have to invest over $100,000 more to create such a unit. So I've talked to the 4 developers who've done all of the affordable units in PRDs since 2010. They've all told me this makes the numbers work better. And so there's an opportunity now to get some affordability out of these planned residential developments and to help avoid going to subdivisions and having cluster development, which is a model of development that we prefer in Concord. So all we do is we just change the paragraph references here so that we point to the right paragraph for each level. And that's it. Open to questions.
Thank you very much. Could we have a second on the motion, please? Thank you. I see that we have one. The Planning Board recommends affirmative action. The Select Board recommends affirmative action. And the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust also recommends affirmative action. I guess it's getting late. I just have one question for Mr. Johnson. Do cars have spark plugs anymore?
I really wish that I could have thought of a more sustainable example, but that's the first one that leapt to mind.
Okay. We'll go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Mark Martinez, Alfred Circle. I guess the question I have, and as far as things not working, if you look at Novo, if you look at the residents at Thoreau, we're going to be adding 275 2- and 3-bedroom units. We know we have no sewer capacity. We know we've had no sewer capacity for 10 years. We know that, as reported in the bridge, and I think probably needs to be refreshed, we have potentially a 50-student capacity at CMS, really no capacity at the high school. Our town budget, right now we're looking at a 10-year capital plan with $91 million of capital spending, not $1 of building for DPW, fire, or police. I think with the 240Bs, we'll be at 16.2% affordable housing, including the 110 affordable units you mentioned. I don't get how we can plan for more housing, but not budget for the services on which that housing will draw. And then from a fiscal perspective, we're pretending, I guess, that we don't need to do significant capital planning. And when we talked about capital planning, the 10-year budget that had buildings, I think we're in the area of over $300 million. I think the number was like 350 to 370. So I'm completely in support of housing. However, we seem to be completely out of balance, and I have no idea how many housing units we have today, what the population is today, and where we're going. How many do we want? And then once we figure out where we want to go, how we're going to support that housing through public service. So if you could answer any of those questions.
Thank you very much. Before you answer that question, I have overlooked Ms. Ravelli from the Select Board. Come on over here, Ms. Ravelli.
Oh, all right.
Ms. Ravelli, on behalf of the Select Board, will speak to us.
Yeah, Wendy Ravelli, 42 Bow Street, on behalf of the Select Board, speaking for the Select Board. The Select Board voted to support this article in an effort to improve the effectiveness of our PRD zoning bylaw and to support our FY 2025 goal to improve opportunities for workforce housing. As published in a recent May 5th Boston Globe article, developers in Cambridge noted that with the recent market changes, affordable housing requirements are difficult to meet. And that lends some credibility to why, as Mr. Johnson spoke, the current density bonus has not been leveraged locally. The current proposal bases the density bonus on units with less stringent price points, and we believe that this change is worth implementing, especially since we currently have just over 13% of subsidized housing now in Concord. As Mr. Johnson noted, these units will reflect starter and moderate price homes, which we believe will attract individuals who ideally would like to live and work in Concord. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson?
So now back to the housing goals and numbers that Mr. Martinez brought up. I just wanted to mention that this is a proposal that's effectively neutral with regards to density. So today, a developer could create a subdivision, and under our current bylaws in residence B and C, they could make all of those units duplexes. And so the density in residence C could be up to 8 units per acre. If you look at the base density for a planned residential development, in that same residence C district, it would be 4 units per acre. And so if we offer this affordability bonus, you get to 8 units per acre, neutral relative to a subdivision that could be built on the same lot. So while we can't control whether a developer is going to bring forward a proposal for new development, what we can do is try to guide that proposal to a model of use that we prefer as a town, which is a cluster-based development that incorporates some affordability.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Rich Feely, 347 Lexington Road.
Mr. Feely?
I think people will observe that we have less workforce housing now than we did 10, 15, or 20 years ago. And what's happening is the smaller houses where our workforce lived, where some of us lived when we were younger, are getting torn down, and we know what's getting built there. We know there's a site in West Concord that would have made a very nice planned residential development. It's going to be a bunch of very large homes. And the problem is that you can't cross-subsidize if you have to build these units at the lowest affordability point. Mr. Johnson is raising the affordability point somewhere. We're not going to be flooded with projects. You saw what we have there. There's not a lot of available land. This is a way to get a few more workforce housing units without a dime from the town. And we can debate whether the schools can support them, but we're a long ways from tapping out our school capacity now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I see no one else at a microphone in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
We have no one here.
Let's proceed to a vote. Could we have the voting screen up and the timer up, please? This does require a 2/3 vote. Okay, let's close the voting window. Okay, that passes by a 2/3 majority, 128 to 15, and I do so declare. Okay, we will now proceed to Article 47, which is the Community Preservation Appropriation recommendations. I will note that the Finance Committee and the Select Board both recommend affirmative action, as does the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust on items A and B that are on the list. We see the motion on the screen, which is to take affirmative action on the article as printed in the warrant. Could we have a second, please? Thank you. Mr. Flint.
Good evening. My name is Burton Flint. I'm the current chair of the Community Preservation Committee. This should take about 5 minutes. We could be done in about 5 minutes and 30 seconds. I move that this meeting take affirmative action on Article 47 as printed in the warrant. The CPC is charged with recommending how the town spends its Community Preservation Act dollars in support of historic preservation, community housing, and open space and recreation projects. CPA funds come from a property tax surcharge and state matching funds. This year, the state match is approximately 18% of the town funds. The CPC is recommending funding for 7 different projects and 1 designated reserve account totaling $1,554,000. Approximately 50% of the recommended funding is designated for housing, which is higher than typical. On the other hand, historic preservation is less than average at 10%, at less than 10%, necessitating that we establish a historic preservation reserve, as I'll discuss in more detail shortly. These are the 7 projects CPC recommends funding for. Given the hour, I'll provide a very brief summary of each project. The CPC recommends $740,000 for the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. This funding is not for a particular project, but rather to fund the trust's reserve, enabling it to, in turn, fund projects in coordination with the Concord Housing Development Corporation, the Concord Housing Authority, and the Concord Housing Foundation. CPC recommends $43,500 for Concord's share of the funding for the Multi-Town Regional Housing Services Office, as we have annually done for several years. This modest grant has large returns in terms of the coordinating affordable housing programs in the region and gaining access to RESO staff expertise in developing and maintaining the town's affordable housing. Supplementing significant private fundraising, CPC recommends $444,960 to be used to rehabilitate green spaces and recreational areas at Thoreau Elementary School. These funds will create an improved playing field and recreation space, which, in addition to benefiting the school, will be made available to town soccer programs and other community groups. One second. Phase 1 of the Giroux Park has been completed and is a wonderful addition to the open space in West Concord. CPC recommends $90,000 to fund the design of Phase 2 of the park enhancements, including a boat dock and fishing pier, an ADA accessible natural playground, and associated access paths and landscaping. CPC recommends $50,000 to hire a consultant to assess Concord's previously unsurveyed post-1940 structures. Concord's demolition delayed bylaw applies to proposals for the demolition of any structure that is 50 or more years old. The last major survey of historic structures was conducted in the 1990s, documenting structures existing prior to 1941, and so there's a dearth of architectural and historical information available about buildings built between the 1940s and mid-1970s, which is about 2/3 of the structures in town. This survey will provide valuable information about those structures built during the post-war period. The Town Archive preserves and protects a large number of historic town documents. CPC recommends $32,000 to provide for the conservation, treatment, and digitization of selected 18th century assessor's records from 1770 to 1795. These records list the property owners in town during that period and the property they owned, including real estate, livestock, and enslaved people. And they provide a window into the socioeconomic status of Concordians before and after the Revolution. CPC recommends maintaining the annual appropriation to fund staff support and other administrative expenses of the committee. Now, because The Community Preservation Act requires that communities spend or reserve at least 10% of their annual CPA revenues for each of the 3 core categories, which are open space, historic preservation, and community housing. The applications in the historic preservation category for this year totaled only $82,000, well below 10%. So based upon CPA revenues of this year of $1,860,000, those are the total funds available. We need to contribute to a historic preservation reserve, which would be available for historic preservation projects in future years. That's to meet the CPA requirements. Lastly, I thought it would be helpful to provide a snapshot of CPA reserves available for projects in future years. Assuming town meeting approves this article, the town will keep on hand the following reserves: an undesignated reserve of $1,342,000, a historic preservation reserve of $104,000, as I showed in the last slide, and an open space reserve previously created in 2023 of $250,000. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flint. We'll open the floor to questions and comments. Are there any in the auditorium?
There are not.
Are you coming to a microphone, Mr. Carr? You are. All right, then.
Yeah, David Carr, 82 Losbeck Road. I heard there was some money for a boat dock and fishing pier. Does that mean that we've decided not to drain Warner's Pond?
No, sir. This has nothing to do with Warner's Pond, whether to dredge or not. This is money to study or to design and implement, design these future improvements, which could include a boat dock. I would point out that I think under all the plans for Warner's Pond, a body of water would remain in front of the park.
Okay. Yep. Okay, it's design, not building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Looks like we're ready for a vote on Article 47. We have the voting screen, please, and the counter. Thank you very much. Can we close the voting window, please? All right, that passes with flying colors by a large majority, and I do so declare. Okay, we will proceed now to Article 48, which was removed from the consent calendar. This is the authorization of expenditures of revolving funds under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2, and no, that's not a Harry Potter reference. Both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action. And you see the motion on the screen is to take affirmative action as printed in the warrant with one change. There's a number that's different. Can I have a second for the motion? Thank you very much. Ms. LaFleur.
Thank you. Carrie LaFleur, Town Manager. This article seeks to establish annual spending limits for certain revolving funds. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2 requires that annual spending limits be set by town meeting for certain revolving funds. Revolving funds authorized under other sections of Mass General Law, such as the Recreation Revolving Fund, do not require annual appropriation. This article seeks to establish annual spending limits for the following 6 funds, as shown on the chart. And again, as the moderator noted, originally the Regional Housing Services request was $400,000. That's been increased to $450,000 in order to account for any additional scope of work requested of them by any of their member communities. Revolving fund receipts come in the form of fees, fines, and/or donations. Spending goes to supplement existing departmental programs and services, including ambulance service, pavement preservation activities, day trips for other recreational activities for seniors, services performed through our Regional Housing Services Office, such as consulting on proposed housing projects, reconciliation of the subsidized housing inventory, and other monitoring and existing affordable housing units, and providing tours and programs through our visitor center. And that is the request before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I see none in the gymnasium. Do we have any in the
None in the auditorium.
Shall we have the voting screen and the timer? Please feel free to vote. I think we can close the voting window. That passes by a wide majority, 113 to 3, and I do so declare. Articles 49 through 56 were addressed on the consent calendar, and we will now proceed to Article 57. Okay, we have the motion on the screen. Could we have a second? Thank you very much. Both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action, and we'll hear from Mr. Ansaldi, our CFO.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Anthony Ansaldi, Chief Financial Officer for the town. When you have a bill from a prior year, Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 64, requires that we come back to town meeting, because when you have a bill of a prior year, we no longer have a legal appropriation to pay that bill. So what this article is doing is seeking town meeting's approval to pay any outstanding obligations that we have. The funds coming for these outstanding invoices will be off of this year's FY26 budget, so we won't be using any free cash for it. And the motion, Mr. Dahlberg moves.
All right. I will note that this is a weird one. It's a 4/5 vote. That's a statutory requirement. Do we have any questions about this? How about in the auditorium?
No, ma'am.
All right. Can we have the voting screen, please?
Wait, we have someone making his way to a
we have a
microphone.
question. Don't go away, Mr. Ansaldi.
Could you
Paul
introduce
Moore,
yourself?
Blueberry Lane.
Go ahead.
Question of how this is working here. So effectively what's happened here is we've overspent by $4.9 million in the previous year's budget, and we're now adding that to the $147 million we're spending in this year. Is that what's happening?
No, what we have is outstanding bills from last year that need to be paid. We're seeking town meeting's approval to do that, and it's going to be paid from FY25 funds.
The number,
number.
and
Oh.
can you tell us the number?
It's 49, do we have that up there? Say it again? 4,942 is the total.
Which is a lower number than was printed in the briefing book.
I thought I saw 4.9 million. What is the real number?
It's 4,900.
$4,942.
You're off by 2 digits.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What's a few zeros among friends? It's late.
Apparently nothing, since we're going to crash through Prop 2.5, so. Thank you.
Okay. Let's have the voting screen, please. And the timer. Okay, let's close the window. All right, that's unanimous. Okay, that passes by a unanimous vote. I have no motion under Article 58 and therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 58, and I will entertain a motion to dissolve 2025 annual town meeting. And is there a second? All those in favor? All right, it passes in here. How about in there, Mr. Banfield?
People are rising. I believe we're done.
A great debt of gratitude to all of you stalwarts who have stayed here to the end. Thank you.